Thank God. Thank God. Really, seriously. So we only change the second part. The first sentence remains the same. After that comes second paragraph. Second paragraph is the same. 95% of the paragraph is the same with minor changes according to the type of essay. Third paragraph, the same favorite sentence is the primary one or another pivotal, besides, and the hence sentence. Last sentence would be the hence sentence. But the first sentence again changes according to the type of the question. Because in agree, disagree, we are going to write a similar argument again. Positive, positive, negative, negative. For both sided, if I'm writing positives in the first paragraph, in the second I would be writing negative. So I can't say another. I have to switch the side. And same goes for the problem solution. And conclusion, one fixed sentence you just have to memorize. So when we do one type of essay, never ever assume, oh, I have done only one essay type. Basically, we have covered 80% of all the essay types. So it's very important that whatever you learn about one essay, you learn it properly, because you're going to use the same thing in other essays as well. Yeah. So this both sided is not only both sided, this is other essays, bit of other essays as well. Okay, guys. This is the funniest part. All right. So we have essay, question number 2 in your writing module. You will get either 1 or 2. One essay, 20 minutes. And if we have it, there are no batteries in that one. Okay, guys. So 20 minutes for one essay. If it's 2 essays, will be given 40 minutes, but separately, not collectively, separately. For one essay, 20. Once you finish that, then only you get the next 20 minutes. So time is 20 minutes each, and you get either 1 or 2. The word limit would be 200 to 300 words, and we always tell you that crossing 200 is must, but that's it. Anything which is above 200, we are happy with it, whether it's 201 or 210. We never try to write 299. That doesn't get you any extra marks. That only costs you some marks because of your grammar. Okay? Thank you. Kunal Kakan, he'll give you new one. So both sided, which means the question will ask you to discuss both the sides. There's a minor difference between agree, disagree, and both sided question. In a question where they ask you to discuss both the sides is the only question which is called both sided essay. Wherever it is your opinion, you never give divided opinion. You never give divided opinion. That is not essay writing. Divided opinion is when you are with friends or family. When the question, when you're academically asked to give your opinion, it has to be your opinion, one-sided. Okay? So any question which is about your opinion, doesn't matter how you feel about that topic, you have to choose one side. If the question asks you to write both the sides, the pros as well as cons, advantages and disadvantages, benefits and drawbacks, only in those cases will you be writing both sides. So that's why the chances of getting both sides essays are not very good. Lesser type. Agree, disagree, the one essay which appears the most commonly, and the second one is problem solution, and then maybe both sides. But nowadays, I think they're changing the questions a bit. Okay, both sides. Introduction. Two parts, the topic and the thesis statement. Thesis statement means where you write, okay, this is what I'm going to write in my essay. The topic, yes. Camera is not on the board. It is ab aap jao. Those who are writing it the first time, after this sentence, leave 3-4 sentences or lines free. So part 1, introduction of the topic. Part 2, where I'm going to write that I will be writing both the sides. So that's why both merits and limits. Although I'm of the opinion that the former outdo the latter, or do we write this second scenario? Actually, we don't. Actually, we don't do it because in both sided we follow the fixed pattern: positives first and negatives after. One minute. So, for example, if the topic is formal examination, discuss the pros as well as cons. Discuss the advantages and disadvantages. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is assessing students using formal written examination. We know that formal written examination is the traditional way of the way we have been doing it till no, forever. Back home, we don't have this assignment system. No? Here we have. So that is formal written examination. This one, the one that they use here is comprehensive or continuous assessment system, where they check you throughout the year. So one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is assessing a student's ability on the basis of formal written examination. As such, there are both merits and demerits to this trend. As such, in fact, there are both good and bad points related to this topic. But we don't write the topic again, we only use that word this trend because I have already mentioned that in the previous sentence. Comma, now I give an opinion as well. So in this sentence, I'm telling you that I'm going to discuss both, but I believe this side is a little higher up than the other one. Although I am of the opinion that the former outdo the latter. Sometimes they ask you discuss both the advantages and disadvantages and give your opinion. They also write this as well. So this covers everything. This sentence covers everything. Okay. As such, they are both merits and demerits to this. Although I am of the opinion that the former outdo the latter. Former, guys. Wow, red pen उठाया था. Fatima, the former means what? First one. Where? Merits is the former one. If I write two things here, will that mean okay, where will that A and B be? कहाँ पे होगा वो? Where will I find that A and B? In the immediately previous. So immediately this after although we have a clause and immediately before this we have this part. So if I write something here and I mention that as former and latter, that won't make sense. So that A and B, which Fatma is telling you, that former and latter are two English words which help us to identify two things mentioned in the immediate previous sentence. Okay? And it is used only for two things. Former means the first, latter means number two. Okay? So red and black marker. Red and black marker are my favorite. The former helps me to make the board look more interesting. Red and black. The former means why? Because I just said it first. There's no reason. The reason is I mentioned it First, black and red marker are my favorite. The letter one. Why? Because I mentioned it after. Let's switch it back. Red and black are my favorites. The letter one. Why? Because it's a number 2. So why form a Y letter? The number, the position. Number 1 and number 2. That's it. So form a, we have two things here. 1 and 2. Former means number 1 and letter means number. Outdo means outperforms, outweighs. So when you outperform somebody, that means your performance is better than the other person. That's why you are outperforming them. You perform and you उनको out कर देते हो with your performance. That's outperform. Okay. So here the merits outdo demerit. That means merits are better. So if I say Nahar outdoes Fatima, that means who is better? Nahar outdoes Fatima. Who is better? Why? Because I have mentioned Nahar first and then I have used the word outdoes, which means the first one is better than the second. So outdo means the first one is better. So whatever you have written here, that is better than this one. When I say former outdo the letter, let's replace it with merits. Merits outdo demerits means merits are, you can't say better, but here merits are more. Merits are, that's why this former and letter and outdo. And you can write letter outdo form, the former. Letter means the merits outdo the, sorry, the demerits outdo the merits. But the structure that we use, we preferably write positives first, and then however when we go to part 3, paragraph 3, we write the negatives. So you might not be required to use this. Okay, stick to the structure. Idea is to write both positives and negative. Doesn't matter what you are writing first and what you are writing after. Okay, so stick to the structure. Yeah. Any doubt about this sentence? What? You can, but I'm telling you, stick to the structure. When you write former out to the letter, merits some more. So second paragraph would be about this first thing. First thing is merits. Okay, so you write merits first and demerit. Does not matter. To a computer, it doesn't matter whether you're favoring early marriage or you're against early marriage. What computer checks is your grammar. So grammatically will go correct. When I have mentioned former, merits first, I'll discuss merits. Okay. You can do this, but I don't want you to do this. Clear? I just wanted to let you know that you know what it is. Lovepreet? Lovepreet, right? Lovepreet. Can you tell me when do we use although? You've got really good scores. I really liked it. But at the end, it's PT. Huh? Yes. Hmm. Okay, that's still good. You're close. Now, grammatically, how do I write although? What is the condition grammatically to write although? Do you know anything? No. You just know the meaning of although. Good. Ashwarya. Yes, no. Hmm. Kuch bhi, anything. Although you are trying hard, I'm not able to understand anything. That is also although. You are trying. Even though you are trying hard, I'm not able to understand. That is although. Although she's intelligent, she's struggling to score in PT. So even though, besides this, she's still not getting it. So second thing about although is there is a contrast. There is a contrast that they're negative. So when somebody is intelligent, what is the expected result? Good performance, but she's not giving good performance. So there is this contrast. How do we write it grammatically? Jitu, what is the condition to use although? Hmm. 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 What is the condition here? Just like more like um, a mathematical formula. Side one, comma, although side two. Condition. Which condition you have to fulfill? Okay, that's why we are using although. One condition. When we use although, yes, exactly. When you have blank, when you have a blank, how do you decide it will be although? How do you decide? When you see that the information is contrasting and both the contrasting sentences are in one sentence. Are in one sentence. Although it sounds funny when I say it, both the sentences in one sentence, but here with sentence, I'll go to the grammatical term. Sentence we mean clause. Clause means a complete sentence actually. So that is the condition with although. You cannot use although with single sentence. You can use however, you can use but, you can use any other such conjunctions, but not all. Although the condition with although is it should have two sentences in one sentence, obviously contrasting because that is what the purpose of although is. That's why in the first part, it's a complete sentence. If I put a full stop here, it is a meaningful sentence. As such, there are both merits and demerits to this trend. I can put a full stop here. Because I wanted to use although, I continued. I didn't put a full stop. The comma, although, and look at the second sentence. I am of the opinion that the former outdo the latter. So if I skip all this part, this sentence is also individually correct. But the condition of although is that both of them should be in the same sentence. That's why we have connected it with comma. You never put a comma after although. You put after however, so, hence, but never after although. If you see a blank, because we know that these types of blanks you get in the exam. If you see a blank and immediately after you have a comma, although is not the option. Although is not the option. You can right away eliminate all. Okay. There are two ways in which we can write although. One is this one, the one in front of you. Second one is we start from although, then we write side one, comma and side. Again, side one, side two will be two complete clauses. Sentence. Okay. Although she's intelligent, she's struggling to score, comma, although she is. Both way it is correct. Both ways it is correct. Are we done with this second part? I'm gonna wipe it off. Okay. Afraid, got it? Savit? I know initially it sounds strange, so give yourself a week. Okay, everything will be, because we repeat everything quite a lot. Now this first part, one of the most conspicuous, where I have to introduce the topic, and to introduce the topic, as I told you, PT is all about grammar. We have to take care of the grammar part. So for that reason, immediately after is, we have three options. One is we write to do. Do is the first form of the verb. Second one is we write doing, or plus ing. And third one is the noun phrase. Number one, number two, number yeah. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is, I told you an example of formal written examination. Let's use a very easy verb, use. Use. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to use formal written examination to assess, analyze, gauge a student's performance. If you are using to use here, but you don't want to use this structure, you want to use this structure. In this structure, no to, only using. Only using. So after is, you will write verb, either to, verb first form, or you write verb plus ing. Okay, and this is very easy. We'll come to this later. So to do, doing. Now the example is, people prefer to walk. That is the trend. Trend is people these days prefer to walk over short distances. Whatever health concern, environment concern, whatever. Okay. So let's do it. Manipal, give me the sentence, the first sentence. One with to do, second one is doing. So what is the trend? Trend is walk. Either walk or prefer to walk. It's up to you which one you want to use. Yes, Manipal. Use, I said use first and second. Stuck. Because they're in the habit of using colossal upside, she can't even think of anything to put to do. वो ट्राई कर रही है बट वापस colossal upside पे जा रही है. गोबिंद क्या बच्चे? हाँ पहला मैं केड़ी लैंग्वेज दस्से? Okay. Yes, please. So until he's thinking, Sevak, try. I'll kill you, Sevak. Where is the people? Where is somebody? Yes, is preferring. Preferring to? Prefer means prefer. What is there more? Prefer means you like it over something else. Prefer means what? That you like it over something. I prefer coffee. I prefer coffee means I like it better than tea. Prefer itself means more. Uh, One of the most conspicuous ends of today's world is to. I'm loving it. You all are behaving as if you are Savita and Lovepreet. Dangerous activities and मरोगे क्या था मेरे से आज. I'll do the honors. Thank you very much. Because I don't want to torture myself. One of the most conspicuous ends of today's world is to prefer walking over short. Is preferring walking over short distance. Let's remove prefer. Today's word is to walk over short distances. Walking over short. Walk is a verb. Prefer is a verb. The idea is to use a any word. Let's do another one. See. जो बार बार निकल के आ रहा है ना आपके मुंह से. One of the most conspicuous ends of today's world is to see. And you know that when you use to see somebody doing something. To see somebody doing something. This one has another variation. When you can't think of anything, when you have Monday, then you can try this, okay? Is to see people walking over short distances, to see people preferring walk over short. बहुत किया तुसी, मैं सुनया भी बहुत. Good. So this is how you write it, and I'm really impressed with your performance today. So to do, and if not to do, simply put verb plus ing. A colossal upsurge means a huge increase, and we write instead of something we prefer in the number of. In the number means complete number, huh? Same, in the number of somebody doing something. This just makes you write more words. One of the most conspicuous ends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of people preferring walk. Okay, preferring walk when going from, when traveling or when moving or when commuting over short distances. Okay, the last one, I'll discuss last one some other day because you know that it can be a very lengthy one. So let's move back to these ones. To do. Another example. Students like, or more and more students are taking up online classes these days. online courses because it provides them convenience or flexibility or whatever. So that is the trend. The trend is students taking up online. Easy. Let's write it. Who is writing it? Okay, Raveen. First two. No colossal. First two. To take up online courses or taking online or that easy it is. It is very easy. It's very easy. Now there's a very common question in your exam, that is dangerous sports. Dangerous sports that people in nowadays youngsters are preferring extreme sports or dangerous sports or something. Okay, so do you see the news? A YouTuber from China, yeah, he fell from where he was trying to film himself. So one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is two. So when it is extreme sports, adventurous sports, they usually use the word either participate or preferably indulge. Okay, to indulge in adventurous sports or indulging in adventurous, or to see youngsters indulging in adventurous. Compulsory voting. Countries are opting for compulsory voting. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to opt for compulsory voting. Is opting for compulsory voting. We all know that compulsory voting is not something that you and me will choose. It's the governments who will decide. Or to see governments opting for compulsory. Very, just need a verb. You just need a verb which you'll be using here out of that whole question. Bas, and your job is done. Okay, let's move on to paragraph number 2. So let's say the topic is early marriage. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to, marriage may we prefer get, and get is followed by married, not get married or get marrying. Okay, get married, get used to. Okay, get something else. So get married at an early age. Getting married at an early age. To see people or youngsters getting married at an early age. A colossal upsurge in the number of youngsters getting married at an early age. So you need only one verb, which was getting married. Okay, that's it. Paragraph number 2. Same boring paragraph, nothing much to do. There are a number of there are a number of there are a number of arguments in favor of my stance. Means that opinion that I have given in my introduction. The opinion that I have given in my introduction. So simply, there are a number of arguments in favor of my stance. Now, because I have said a number of means many. Now I'm going to put forward the most important one, and we say the most preponderant one is, and most important argument is that most preponderant one is that. After that, we introduce the first argument. So if I am preferring, if I think early marriage has more benefits, then what is the reason why I'm saying it has more benefits? If I'm saying formal written examination is good, why? Why? Because it even allows mediocre students to get good scores. तो हमें तो अपने बारे में सोच के तो यही कहेंगे अच्छी चीज. Okay? So when we say this walk thing that we discussed, people are preferring to walk. So what is the faida of this? What is the benefit of this? You can talk about health, you can talk about money, you can talk about environment. The most preponderant one is that when more and more people turn to walking, it will have immense effect, or it will have immense positive effect on the environment. Okay, we can write health in the number 2, not only but also. Okay? So anything why you think there are merits. So what are those merits? You have to list them. I told you in this type of essay you will be writing positives first and negatives in para number 3. So this is your positive paragraph. So why you are favoring it, and then why you are against it. Yeah. So smartphone, using smartphone, one of the most conspicuous trends of this world is using. My daughter has a very interesting observation. She said, I think you should buy Samsung. I said, why? Everyone has iPhone. That's true. Everyone has it these days, so it has no value. For her, it has no value. So there are a number of arguments in favor of my stance why to use smartphone. She said the most proponent. So the most proponent one is that. What is the benefit of having a smartphone? Not iPhone, smartphone. Communication. That is the reason. Communication, whether it's one way or two way. One way is when you open those websites and learn something, right? Right? And the two ways when we call people, WhatsApp, FaceTime, and many other facilities. So the most important one is that this device allows us to stay in touch with our family and friends as well as with the happenings around the world. Okay. So one, the most important benefit will be written here. Then there's another sentence which is not only but also. In this sentence, you will write some more benefits. You will write some more benefits. But before that, before I write the benefit, I need to learn how to write it correctly. How to write this sentence correctly. Now, the idea is not to introduce something really great. The idea doesn't have to be really good or something new or something innovative. You don't get marks for ideas. PTE is checked by a computer. Computer doesn't cannot evaluate the level of your ideas, your thought process, but it will only evaluate your level of writing, grammatically correct sentence. So before you actually put in the idea here, you need to learn how to write it, how to write not only but also. So what is not only but also? What is not only but also, guys? It's a sentence. First thing is it's a sentence which uses inverse structure, and because it uses inverse structure which we don't use commonly, so this is an advanced way of writing, and we try to show off different styles of writing to get more. You see people getting 90 in writing these days very commonly. The reason is they are able to write these sentences properly. So you also need to learn how to write. Not only but also is very easy sentence. It allows you to write same like although. Although allows you to write two contrasting sentences together. Not only but also allows you to write similar. Like either both of them will be positive or both of them will be negative. Allows you to write two clauses together. Okay? So when you write more information in one sentence, they become complicated sentences which fetch you more marks. But if you write them correctly, ऐसे नहीं कि खुद ही comma लगा के बढ़ाते जाओ. Okay? Okay? I like smartphones because it has WhatsApp, comma. It also has FaceTime, comma, and okay. So that lengthy sentences doesn't guarantee you good score, but when you learn these complicated sentences and write them properly, then only you can get good scores. So not only but also. I told you it allows you to write two similar type of sentences in one sentence. One part will be written in not only part and another part will be written in but also part. For example, I want to write two things together about smartphones. One, it helps me to communicate with family and friends. Second, it keeps me updated about the world. Two things together. I want to write them. They're similar. Similar means both of them are positive. Or I want to write negative. Smartphone, one, waste of money. Second, waste of time. Yeah, two things again, but both of them are negative. So this is something that you have to be careful about. Similar, either positive or anything that you can write with and. Anything that you can write with and can be written with not only but also. And may do we write contrasting? No, we write similar. Okay. So not only is actually a very, very advanced way of writing and. Now, I told you one thing in not only and second thing in but also. Smartphones what is this as well as? Actually, so now I have to write this thing because I know that if I could write it in not only, I'll get more marks. So I'll try to write this sentence into not. First thing, this structure not only requires you to be able to write inverse. Inverse. I'll come back to that later. Let me write it first. Comma. Not only are smart. Why? Because here I have written smartphones are, which is a normal sentence, and because this not only, when I start with not only, it requires me to write inverse. So I have to switch. I have to switch. I have to have auxiliary first and then the main subject. So rest is the same. And but also may we don't use any inverse. Let's write another sentence. Hmm? मेरी मर्जी ये बोलो ना मैं तो फेस टू फेस तो फ्री है ना टाइम बन भावनाओं को समझो let's write another sentence students can point out teachers mistakes as well as और क्या कर सकते हैं as well as if they're okay good let's write it not only but also because we have written two different sentences not only so not only students can will become can students because when I say inverse 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 it simply means subject cannot come first it has to be an auxiliary it has to be an auxiliary and auxiliaries are is mr and all these models can could may might should shall or has have had what else do does there are specific cases where we use do does and did as well which are not normal auxiliaries let's write this one Hanji, not only can students main thing but they can also oh sorry whatever okay so main thing that you need to learn the sentence will be the same the main thing that you need to learn is only this bit one is this and second is this rest of the sentence is the same rest of the sentence is the same now what is there to learn not only inverse which means you can't have verb subject first you need to have an auxiliary first thing is this second thing is but also does not use inverse but also does not use inverse and your subject and auxiliary which we were talking about in the previous part not only will be written between but and also only three things to memorize in this memorize or practice not only inverse structure so immediately after not only you cannot have subject you must have an auxiliary second but also is not an inverse structure but You need to write subject and auxiliary between but and. If you can memorize this much, your sentence cannot go wrong. Let's have another sentence. PT is, you write it. PT is helping students. PT is helping students to crack, to fulfill. PT is helping students to fulfill English requirement number. Chalo, anyways, write it. PT is helping students to fulfill English requirement of the immigration department and 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 enhancing their chances of getting PR. And enhancing their chances of getting PR. PT is helping students to fulfill English requirement of the immigration department and enhancing their chances of getting PR. Can you please convert it into not only but also? So who is the subject here? And what is the helping verb here? Auxiliary is. Easy. Write it. Can you please give that sentence to me? They कौन है? I said ing in the second part. So this is also important. In not only but also in both the parts you use similar tense form, similar verb form. So if you're using ing here, preferably use ing here as well. But it is also. It is. PT को इतनी इज्जत दे. It is. होना कुछ नहीं है. उसको इज्जत मत दो, उसका खत्म करो उसको. Yes, सेवक. Perfect. Good. So basically, the structure is like this. Not only auxiliary, whatever, and we in our essays can fits the best, so we write can. Okay, so you can always practice your using can. Okay. Subject, do something means main verb, do something means main verb, and when you have used can here, form of the main verb would be first. Can is followed by first. I can do, I can go, I can play, I can singing, I can dancing is not allowed. I can dance, I can sing is also not allowed. So first form of the verb. That's why we tell you to stick to can, because now you know the rule. Can, first form of the verb. Not only can somebody do something, but somebody, again the subject, preferably pronoun. Okay, plus auxiliary, which will be can, and then also, and then do something, and do something again would be the main verb, which will be in the first form if you are using can. Why you will be using can? Jagriti, can क्यों use करेंगे? Because you want to write correct sentences, and can is the easiest way to write a sentence correctly, because now you don't have to think. Can, first form of the verb, and can is an auxiliary which will be repeated with do, does. We don't have that liberty, so it gets confusing. So preferably stick to can. Can you write a sentence using can? This not only but also, and the topic is your assignments, uni assignments. University assignments is the topic. Subject can be you, can be the assignment. It's up to you. But you write not only but also. Who is ready with the sentence? Too early? Okay, take another minute. Hanji. Huh? And both of them are connected to who? I. Assignment is the topic. Play with one. Good. Grammatically correct. Grammatically correct. Which is more important? Labani, yes. Say again. Yeah, to write long article. It, did you use assignments? Just assignment, then assignment is a singular countable noun which requires A singular countable noun requires what? A, and the. Dhawan, did you write that? Grammatically incorrect. I always tell you, where it is possible, preferably write plural noun. Obviously, when it is about Jagruti, you can't say Jagrutis. Okay? But then also you don't have to say a Jagruti, because Jagruti is a specific noun. But when they are common nouns, and if you are referring to only one, you say oh, and, or if you are specifying which one, then this is a car, this is an expensive car. Okay, you can't say this is car. This is a car, this is an expensive. Why? Because of expensive, I'm putting an in front of it. An expensive car, this is the car. Why the? Because there is a specific reason, which I have, maybe I have already mentioned, or I can mention now. This is the car I wanted to buy. So now why it is the car? Because I wanted to buy this car. That's why it is a specific. So countable singular nouns, which are common nouns, cannot be written without a and. That's why I tell you in your essays, because you are generalizing things, preferably use plural. Rather than making this silly error, use plurals. Because assignment bolo ya assignments bolo makes the same, right? The meaning doesn't change. So preferably assignments. Neil has to say all these. Yes. Now, these days. Last sentence of this paragraph, guys. Those who are new, go home. When you go home, please go through the essay link. You will realize how these sentences are used in the essays. Okay. Now, last sentence for this paragraph, we are going to use 4 paragraphs in this. So I'll say, for example, the topic is early marriage. There are a number of arguments in favor of my stance. The most proponent one is that early marriage provides a lot of time to the young couples to adjust to each other or to make adjustments. Not only can, I'm actually quite against early marriage. So when it comes to early marriage and positive, I can't think. Not only can young couples have each other's support during critical phases of their life, such as career development, but they can also provide financial support to each other. Okay? So not only can somebody do something, but they can also do something. Now I've written 2 benefits here. One, they adjust easily, because when you grow up, you have your ideas fixed. The notions, your viewpoints about certain things are more fixed. You are not ready to change. But when you're young, anyone who is close to you, you can change according to their thoughts or processes, or it can be a teacher, your parents, your mentor, anyone. So that's why they say early marriage is good, because it helps you to adjust to each other easily. One benefit is that. Second is the support. One could be emotional, second will be the financial. During those are the crucial phases when you are settling down, looking for jobs and all that. And another, which I feel is good, another advantage is when you have gone through those ups and downs together early in your life, that makes you stick to each other for obviously longer time. हमारे culture में तो longer time मतलब forever ही होता है, but still, but that's a good reason to stick around, right? So not only can somebody do something, but somebody can also do something. Needless to say, so once you have written the benefits, after that you finish this paragraph by saying, needless to say, all these merits which I have mentioned, in the previous 2 sentences, all these merits stand somebody in good stead as far as doing something is concerned. These benefits help him, her, These. So this is, who is this? Benefit taker. Benefit, early marriage. Who gets the benefit? The couples themselves. Who gets the benefit of early marriage? The couples, because that's what I said. They adjust easily, they support each other. So who's getting the benefit? They themselves, right? So needless to say, all these married stand young couples in good stead. It's perfect, but we don't finish it here. We write what kind of benefit. What kind of benefit do they get? So when they marry early, does it help in their education? That's what we wrote here. Does it help in their financial status? That's what we wrote here. We wrote a few things, but we write a term which covers everything. Supporting each other, or having a support, a friend or something, having a shoulder to lean on, anything, but an area of benefit. Needless to say, all these marriages stand young couples in good stead as far as having a constant companion is concerned. Having constant moral support is concerned. Let's talk about compulsory voting. There are a number of arguments in favor of my stance. The most preponderant one is that compulsory voting ensures every single citizen of the country participate in the democratic process. Not only can this system ensure fair elections, but it can also help in electing the most deserving leaders or the candidates for running the government. Needless to say, all these merits stand. Who is getting the benefit of compulsory voting? Country or the citizen? Jobi, whosoever is getting the benefit. Needless to say, all these merits stand a country in good stead, as far as what kind of benefit is that country getting? Good, having good government, having effective management, or having or safeguarding democracy is concerned. Can you say as far as improving production is concerned? What may be in the long run, but that's not the direct benefit. We preferably write the direct benefit of the topic. Are we clear with this thing? Doing something? So needless to all these merits stand, who gets the benefit and what kind of benefit. Should be in ing. The first word has to be in ing. That's how you write paragraph number 2. Let's move on to number 3, and the topic is both sided. So in paragraph number 3, I'm going to switch sides. Here I'm writing positives, now I have to write negatives. And we use a word, contrasting word, which is however. Now, immediately after this paragraph number 2, in next sentence, I will say however, to tell the examiner that now I'm switching the sides. So if I'm writing positives, now I'll be writing negatives. And the sentence is fixed, because I told you you'll be writing in a fixed pattern. There are, guys, in your essays, you will have however, there are, however, both of them are correct. Both of them are. Sometimes you might start the sentence with however, there are some pitfalls, or there are comma, however, comma, some pitfalls. Both of them are correct. Pitfalls means the negatives, right? There are, however, some pitfalls that can easily overwhelm the potential benefits. जो हमने ऊपर लिखे थे possible benefit, potential benefits of, guys, a standing instruction. When I put a blank and I write something, you have to fill it. You have to fill it. You don't have to put this blank and top it. Okay, that means you will be writing the, will you be writing the topic? The given topic. Okay, I know it's funny, but still we need to clarify because some students do ask that, do we write topic means TOPIC topic? No, you write the topic, the question topic. Okay. So there are, however, some pitfalls that can easily overwhelm, overcome, overdo the potential benefits of early marriage, potential benefits of compulsory voting, potential benefits of formal examination, potential benefits of adventurous sports. So this is what I mean by topic. Okay. The first one is, when there are many, the first one is the primary one. The primary one is that, or the primary one lies in the fact that, or both three, all three of them are correct. And I would obviously go for these ones because that means more words. I must cross 200. So this means more words. So any of these you can use. The primary one is that, the primary one lies in the fact that, or the primary one stems from the fact that. Now after this you obviously write the first pitfall. Pitfall means the negative, the drawback, the disadvantage. Okay. So now let's say if the topic is compulsory voting, what is the main drawback? If we are making voting compulsory, what is the drawback? Oh, exactly. The process is quite to ensure that everyone is voting, and after that finding them, then penalizing them. It itself is a huge hassle. Another drawback is it's actually taking their right. We are telling them you are free. Now we are not giving them right to choose. We are forcing them to choose. So these are some drawbacks. So the primary one is that it is a costly process. The primary one lies in the fact that compulsory voting or ensuring mandatory voting is a costly or an expensive process. Primary one stems from the fact that compulsory voting or ensuring compulsory voting is a costly or expensive project. Clear? So kuch bhi likho, you can use any of them. You can use any of them. Clear? First one. Do we write another one? If we want to. If you don't want to, if you think you are very close to your word limit, you can stop here. You can only write one. But if you have something really good, you want to say something incorrect grammar, I'm going to wipe this off this. Any of these three, okay? Any of these three can be written here. Number 3 sentence. If you have something else to say, you will add by writing. If you don't have, then don't write. If you don't have, then don't write. If I can't think of a second idea for compulsory voting, I won't write. If I can't think of a second idea for adventure sports, I won't write. But one is compulsory. You should have one. Okay. Besides, and you write a sentence here. Last one. Conclusion for this paragraph. Positives or negative? We have written negatives. So we write the word against. That's it. Let's say talk about early marriage. There are, however, some pitfalls that can easily overwhelm the potential benefits of early marriage. The primary one lies in the fact that early marriage puts excessive or extra burden on the young minds. Extra burden in form of emotional, psychological, and financial on the young couples or on the youngsters. Besides, having so much responsibility early in life can lead to a number of problems in their career development. Hence, it is apparent why many are against stepping into married life at an early age. Why I had to change is because I've already used early marriage. So preferably use in a different way. Now, if I didn't have anything to say here, I would have completely skipped this sentence. Number 1, number 2, and number. If you have something more to say, number 1, number 2, number 3, and but this and this and this, these 3 sentences are compulsory. Clear? Let's go to the conclusion. Conclusion, one fixed sentence. And when do we write conclusion, guys? After the introduction. Savit, why do you think we should be writing it after the introduction? No idea? Do you think we can write conclusion after the introduction? Now, do you think we can? Huh? Oh yes, only when working on computer, because on paper, if you write it, unless you're writing with pencil and you have eraser with you, that's a double job. Okay? Yes, exactly. So on computer, because we can always move our text up and down, so on computer you'll do it. Okay? And why? To save time. Save time and to be smart that we are going to finish the format. Introduction is there, conclusion is there, in between I'm typing the body, whether it's complete or incomplete, but my format is complete. It has introduction, it has body, it has end to it. Okay? So immediately after the conclusion, immediately after the introduction, you will write type conclusion, and after conclusion, bring your cursor here, press twice. One to go here, second to bring a gap here. Then you'll start typing body number, paragraph number 2. I checked an essay on Friday. In the view. तो इन द व्यू कौन पढ़ाता कौन है आप लोगों को? पहले मैं वो बंदा ही ढूंढ लूं. क्रिएटिविटी. अब why do I write the here? Garima, why I'm putting the here? Why not here? Why here? Why do we use the? What is the purpose of using the? To specify. Yes. When I'm writing the here, how am I specifying it? Which arguments am I talking about? The ones I've discussed in my essay. That's why this the is with arguments, not with view. You guys write in the view of arguments. Pata nahi kahan se utha. In view of the arguments. Which arguments? Outlined above. That's why whatever. The. Okay? Clear? So what is this? मैंने कहा ना ये बस आप लोगों को ये ढूंढना आता है और कुछ नहीं आता. One can conclude that despite it's fixed expression, guys, because you in your opinion statement in your introduction you have said merits are more. So in your conclusion also you are going to stick to it that merits are more. So you'll say despite some drawbacks. Although there are some drawbacks, the benefits are more. So we'll say despite थोड़े से drawbacks के होते हुए भी. Despite means बावजूद इसके कि it has some drawbacks, the benefits are still something which we cannot ignore. Okay, so despite some drawbacks, the benefits of what? Another time are indeed too great to. That's it. Essay is done. So nearly 100 plus words are fixed. So you will be writing only some 80-90 words. In that also we are telling you this is how you write it, use this, use that. There's no reason why will you make mistakes, but to help you with vocabulary and ideas, we have already given you 39. How many essays? 39 essays already. You have them. So go through them again and again. You have ideas written there. You have vocabulary, good vocabulary written there. And we know that in writing, vocabulary and grammar are more important than the ideas. But still, what if you get a topic which you're not familiar with? Grammar comes later, now what to write, right? So to help you with the ideas, you have that 39 essays with you. Go through them, read them, and try to write them following the structure. Okay? You can write any essay in both sided, because idea is to practice both sided, not to write essay. And if you want a teacher to check it, you have to book an appointment. And if it's me, I don't check on the device. Okay, it has to be on the paper, because on the device I can't put red mark, so it doesn't give me satisfaction. Moreover, you will forget what was the mistake, because you will just correct it. Okay, and you will never be able to see it. Okay, this was what teacher pointed out, so that red marks helps you. Okay, so if you want a teacher to check it, preferably on a paper. Hanji, any question? Where is the signing sheet? There's only one. Have you all signed already? वहां चलेगी बिना आपकी signing sheet, the way it travels na, amazing. Start from this side. Distribute this side only. Hanji, you had a question, Ramni? Why you want to write it that way? That's my question to you. Shh, guys, wait. Don't you think that question relates to you? I'll translate. Ravneet in English. Now she doesn't know how to say it. Try. Means ਇੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਨਾ, means yeah, you write this. I told you, she'll struggle with English. Ravneet, you want to say we have more drawbacks than benefits. And I am telling you, second time, third time actually, I've already told you, no, you don't have more drawbacks, you have more, even if you don't have. Because we preferably follow the fixed. Nobody is going to give you extra marks because you said early marriage is a bad idea. If it's a human examiner, maybe, although they are not supposed to be biased, but at times, because it's human, we can't do anything. But with PTE, there's no point thinking about that. It's not to please the examiner, it is to write correct grammatical sentence. Why to switch? Ki load ki hai. How many benefits you have to write? Even if you write here or here, you'll have to write it. Whether you write in para number 2 or 3, you have to write it. Then don't give exam. Best option. So write on the second paragraph. But what I'm telling you is, then you'll have to switch so many things, which I don't trust you guys with. That is a problem. You guys have built so much. We have so much trust factor. So for that reason, I don't want you to mess up. I'm not saying the word issue. Who? Who is doing? Shall we do? It's 10:30 already. Yes, we'll do. Today we are going to do 3 listening summaries. I'll be repeating the fossil fuels because some of you are okay. What is easy to memorize now? Okay. And I'll give you 2 more: fiction, non-fiction, and primary colors. New ones. Secret Life of Bees. Any question related to essay? अब सडनली सभी के क्वेश्चन खत्म हो गए क्योंकि उनको अभी प्राइमरी कलर्स, फिक्शन, नॉन फिक्शन, लाबनी थोड़ा और सो जाओ. I don't understand why this girl is never awake in the class. क्या हाल है बुरुन? रेगुलर शुरू करोगे? कोशिश कर लो. कर लोगे तो जल्दी आ जाएगा. कुछ वो बना लो ना अपना पैटर्न बना लो फॉलो दैट. हाँ कुछ बना लो एक. मतलब मेरा ये है कि बी रेगुलर तो जल्दी आ जाएगा. इफ यूल बी रेगुलर यूल बी स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर अ व्हाइल. दैट्स द क्लू. Okay everyone, uh, before you go anywhere I want that signing sheet. If you want to go you can go. Nobody has to change the card today. They will take the summaries first, but I'm giving it after 11. Okay. Okay, guys, we have three summaries. Fossil fuel is one we introduced you, but most of you don't have it because it was given in blanks form to you. So some of you are struggling, although I gave it in the class, but I still believe some of you don't have it. And we are adding two new summaries to that bank of yours. One is fiction, non-fiction, which has been there for a while. We did it long time ago in the class, but we didn't give it to you officially. Okay. So one is that. Second one is one common summary which is appearing these days, that is about primary colors. Right? So we'll be doing these three. Signing sheet में कर ले जाओ, मेनू तो दियो ना. Listing summaries, guys. I'll write the summaries and I'll explain the structure while doing them. Because if I'll explain the structure alone and then go back to summaries, it will take us longer because we have to cover three and I have to write them on the board, all three of them. Hmm? That makes it 30. They are 36. Fossil fuel is there. So we'll still do it in the class because we haven't discussed in the class. So, and then two more. That makes it 38. Preet, can you write this? You are there in the group. Write this fossil fuels first. in that writing correction group. Has everyone signed already? You haven't? बच्चे अभी जाओ बाहर रिसेप्शन पे. Then do it on the spot. Pitch pass. Okay, everyone, pay attention here. This is your listening summary, and listening summary, similarly, like I say, follows a structure. Okay. Good thing is we have fixed some summaries because of the repetition of these summaries. So now you don't have to only do the structure, you have to memorize the summaries themselves. This particular summary is related to fossil fuels. There is an audio where they talk about fossil fuels, that they are being exhausted these days, and people are looking for, or the countries are looking for alternative sources of energy. We all know that fossil fuels, coal and petroleum, they are getting exhausted. Yeah. So we have written this information using a structure called the talk delineates. Sentence number 2, it is by doing something that somebody can do something else. Number 3, hence. So let me talk about the structure of listening summary. We use 3 sentences. The first one is the talk delineates, and then the topic of the audio. The second sentence is a structure called it is by doing something that somebody can do something. Number 3, hence, the role of something in doing something else is instrumental. These are the 3 sentences which will help you to write your summary. The word limit is 50 to 70, and you'll get 2 or 3 of these. 2 or 3, and for every summary you will have 10 minutes each. For every summary you will have 10 minutes. Now the first sentence, the talk delineates, we have different variations for this one. One is a very easy one where we say the talk delineates the significance of something. The talk delineates means talk shows, talk demonstrate the importance of something. So if the audio is telling you about the smartphones, good things about the smartphones, you can simply write the talk delineates the significance of smartphones. Now the talk delineates some information about the drug addiction, and we know that it can't be positive, negative. Then you say the talk delineates the impact of drug addiction. Very easy. Positives, we write significance of talk. Delineate is a verb which means दिखा रहा है, बता रहा है, दर्शा रहा है. So you don't need anything about or anything after this. No about to be used after delineate. Okay? Significance or impact of something. And we know that if it is positive, significance, if it is negative, impact. The talk delineates the significance of PTE in an international student's life. The talk delineates the impact of not being able to score in PT on an international student's life. The talk delineates the significance of public transport. If you think it's a facility, if you think you have to spend too much, it's very costly, negative, negative, negative. The talk delineates the impact of public. Very easy. Positive, significance, negative, impact. There are 2 other ways in which we write this sentence. One is how, and second one is what. If the audio is explaining a process, for example, the audio is about um, how one can bake a cake, there is a process explained in the audio. So when the process is explained, then we don't say significance or impact. We say the talk delineates how one can bake a cake. The talk delineates how one can improve their writing scores. Why? Because in your audio, the speaker was telling you, if you do this, if you do this, and if you do this, you can improve your writing scores. So how? By following this, this, and this. Now, if the audio is telling you why, the reasons of something, why you should use sunscreen. If you use sunscreen, you can protect your skin from suntan. You can also protect your skin from other damages such as skin cancer or Skin rashes, right? So now why? The talk delineates why one should use sunscreen. Why? Because the audio is telling us why we should use it. The talk delineates why one should um, take a break from work, because they're telling you if you keep working continuously, it affects your performance and ultimately you are not able to give your best. So one must take break and to refresh themselves or rejuvenate themselves. So then why? If you think your audio is about the reasons, you write why. If you think the audio is about process, methods, ways, you write how. कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, significance तो फिर है ही. If you are not sure, use significance. If it's negative, use impact. Very easy. Don't get into how, why, whatever comes to your mind, you can write that. Okay. The talk delineates something. Clear? Now, this is only the topic. The talk delineates why one should use sunscreen. Now, why one should use sunscreen, I'm not writing that in my first sentence. You can't say the talk delineates why one should use sunscreen to protect their skin and save from skin cancer. So, end of the story. No? Why you have to write number 2 and number 3? So, in sentence number 1, we only give the topic, we don't explain the topic. Explanation is done in number 2. To explain, we use a structure called it is by doing something that somebody can do something. Structure is it is by doing something that somebody can do something else. There are 3 parts. Number 1, number 2, and number. This is called the cause. By doing this activity, this person can achieve this. That means effect. Let's go back to that sunscreen wala example. The talk delineates why one should use sunscreen. Why? Because if you will use sunscreen, you can save your skin. So activity is using sunscreen. It is by using sunscreen that. Who is using sunscreen? Why one? Because they are not talking about somebody specific, they are saying everybody should use it. So when it is about everyone, we use the word one. Subject would be one. And what will be the result of sunscreen? Audio ने बताया हुआ है, आपने बनाना नहीं है, it's given in the audio. Protection, skin protection, saving themselves from other critical diseases. It is by using sunscreen that one can protect their skin from damage. Yeah, easy. Let's talk about how to bake a cake. इसको बताओ, मुझे भी नहीं आता, खुश होने की बात नहीं है. The talk delineates how one can bake a cake. How can one bake a cake? Getting the ingredients ready, knowing the recipe, and putting it in the oven for a requisite time. That one can bake a cake. It is by getting all the required ingredients and mixing them in appropriate amounts and cooking for a requisite means required time that one can bake a cake. Easy. So the answer is in the question itself. Whatever you have written here is actually defining what will you do in number 2. The talk delineates the significance of PT in an international student's life. What is the importance of PT in your life? You tell me the answer. It is by clearing PT you will get your PR. Done. हो गया. It is by clearing the PT exam that who one की तो जरूरत नहीं है, स्टूडेंट करेगा. सिटीजन क्यों करेंगे भाई? That a student or an international an international student can apply for. The talk delineates the impact of failing in PT on a student's life. Tell me the impact. Nah, just an example. What is the impact? Depression, hopelessness, and no peer. डर लग रहा है? तो मैंने आपके बारे में बात थोड़ा की. I'm talking about those who are giving up. Those who have given up already. You are going to score. Don't worry about yourself. It is by failing in PT, it is by giving up on PT that students can ruin their chances of having a secure future in Australia. Easy. Clear? So this is what we do in this second sentence. We answer this statement that we have passed here. Okay? Cause an activity in ing form, that somebody who is doing that activity and what is the result of that activity. Once you have written this sentence number 3 is a piece of cake because it's a repetition of sentence number 2. Cause is written here and effect is written. It is by using sunscreen that one can protect the skin from damage. Hence the role of sunscreen in protecting one's skin is instrumental. It is by following a particular recipe that one can bake a cake. Hence the role of recipe. मैंने कहा first वाला part यहाँ आएगा. Hence the role of a सही recipe in baking a delicious cake is instrumental. It is by getting good scores in PT that one can get the PR easily. Hence the role of PT in getting PR is instrumental. Obviously, you will use the different language because we don't want the repetition of vocabulary. But the meaning would be this cause would come here and this effect would come. Clear? Now let's come back to this one, the one in front of you. That's okay. 2 to 3 times is okay. Because the topic will be there. Topic will have to be repeated because sometimes you don't have different words for a particular. Fossil fuel will be fossil fuel. Yeah? So some of the words are very difficult to replace, then it's okay. But verbs and all that which can be written in different ways, preferably change them. And let's go back to this one. So what is the audio about? The talk delineates. So the audio is telling you what are the benefits of switching from fossil fuels to other alternative sources of energy. The talk delineates the significance, the importance of switching from fossil fuel to other alternative sources of energy. You just memorize it as it is. The talk delineates the significance of switching from. Why? Because we are moving away from this. If I'll be switching to, if I'm going towards fossil fuel, I'll say switching to, but now I'm moving away from fossil. So I'll say switching from fossil fuels to alternative sources of energy. 5 times bolo इसे. जो बच्चे नए हैं जिनको पता नहीं है why to say 5 times, because we will memorize it. We might get the same in the exam. Louder. Five time I don't even I can't even hear it once. Lazy people. Okay, let's move. It is by doing something. It is by being. Being is a passive form because fossil fuels are, we are talking about fossil fuels. So nobody is making them available. They are available by themselves. So we are saying it is by being available in finite. Finite means a fixed number. Finite means actually we want to say finite is something that can get exhausted. That has a fixed number, and because we will be using it again and again, when something is fixed, it will ultimately get exhausted. Means it will be finished. So fossil fuels are in a limited quantity, and because we are using them at a rapid rate, it will become exhausted. It is by being available in finite. Finite means limited, countable. Finite quantity is that. So what is available in finite quantities? Fossil fuels. So we are avoiding repeating fossil fuels. So we have said this unsustainable. Why we call it unsustainable? I have told you so many times the word sustainable means what? That's a literal meaning. I want a general meaning. Why we use sustainable, unsustainable in today's world? Why this word is so famous in these days? Yeah. Sustainable activities, sustainable sources, sustainable processes refers to anything that is helping save the environment. When we talk about sustainable, it has many meanings, but generally these days it is used for the environment. Okay, so when we say sustainable, sustainable means it is helping us protect the environment, which means we will be able to survive for longer. Ultimately, it is for our own survival, sustain, live long. Why? Because we are protecting the environment. When we use the word unsustainable, those things which are making, which are damaging the environment, which are damaging or harming the environment, which will make it difficult for us to survive. Okay, so when we say this as unsustainable source, we call fossil fuels as unsustainable because we know that when they are burnt, they damage the environment. That's why we are calling them unsustainable source. Fossil fuel का direct synonym नहीं है, but because they are damaging the environment, anything that helps the environment we call it sustainable, which damages we call it unsustainable. These days this is how we use it. Okay, so this unsustainable source, what fossil fuels, has two problems. They said in the audio two types of problem. One, has not only already exhausted in many, because it is available in limited quantity, it has already exhausted in many countries, and but also contributed to adverse climate changes. It has contributed to, it has led to, it has participated in, it has caused. That's what contributed to here means. But also contributed to adverse. Adverse is what? Negative word. Climate changes. Easy. One more time, it is by being available in finite quantities that what? This unsustainable source. Two things. One, it has exhausted. Second, it has contributed to adverse climate changes. Source is not already exhausted in many countries, but also contributed to adverse climate changes. Now, when something is already exhausted in a particular country, and we know we all are surviving on fossil fuels in a way or another, petrol and diesel and coal. So what is the result? When something is exhausted, what is the result? The result is they have to borrow it from, they will have to borrow it from other countries. When you don't have it, for example, for one day in your home, there is no water in your home only. Can you survive without it? We know that this is something we can't survive without. You'll need it. You will have to go and borrow it from somebody, or maybe buy it from coals. Pani leke aao peene wala chahe. है ना? But you can't live without it. Same is the case with fossil fuel. So where it is exhausted, जहाँ पे ये exhaust हो चुका है, तो वो countries क्या कर रहे हैं? They have become dependent on other countries. So, like you have run out of water, you are dependent on your neighbor. Coals भी बंद हो गया. ठीक है? Thus making them, what is thus? Thus means the conclusion. And so it is by it is by using sunscreen that one can not only protect their skin, thus saving them from further damage or saving them from such critical diseases as skin cancer, but also keeping their skin सुंदर. हाँ 10 वाली अच्छी थोड़ी लगती है. I'm trying to tell you the meaning of thus, silly guys. It is by using a smartphone that one can not only communicate with their family and friends, thus staying in touch with their loved ones. So what is this communication? Communication means you stay in touch with them, but also stay updated with the rest of the world. So I'm purposely putting thus after not only to help you understand why I have put here. I'm giving you the result of this first activity. It has exhausted. So when it is exhausted, what is the result? They are dependent on others. Okay, that's why thus here. That's why we have put thus. When we use thus in the continuation of a sentence, that means the result of the previous information. Thus is always followed by ing. In the continuation of sentence means the result of the previous activity, it is always followed by ing. This unsustainable source has not only already exhausted in many countries, and because it is exhausted, the result is thus making them dependent on other countries. That is the trick. So that thus is not something new, thus is only the result of this activity number 1. Second, but also contributed to adverse climate. This is easy, but also contributed to adverse climate change. Hence the role of switching to alternative sources in अगर हम switch करेंगे, so it will help us sustain the environment, help the environment survive. Okay, are we clear with number 2? Sentence number 2, it's very easy. Not only exhausted, and exhausted has led to making them dependent on others. That's why thus immediately after not only. And then point number 2, that it also lead to adverse climate change. Take 5 minutes, try to memorize sentence number 2. I know first won't be the problem, 2. And if you have any doubt, ask me now. That's okay. We're trying to cover whatever information. We never listen to the audio. the next summary, which is about fiction, non-fiction, which is a very common audio. Most of you are already aware of it. But let me tell you, in this audio, a lady is talking, okay? And she is a novelist already. Okay? She said earlier, so are you familiar with fiction, non-fiction? Fiction means imaginative things, right? Non-fiction, the real things. So some write fiction, some write non-fiction. Okay? And she was writing what? She wanted to write fiction. Many stories. Okay. So she's saying that she was writing non-fiction for a long time, but she wanted to write fiction. She wanted to write, her passion was to write fiction. Then she got impressed with one of the novelists from Mississippi, Udera Welt. Whatever. We are avoiding names because it's not easy to get names. Okay. So she got inspired from that particular novelist, and that novelist said, no art was born without risking your neck, which means you should not be afraid of taking risks. You should not be afraid of taking risks. So when she said she came across this quote, then she decided to follow what she always wanted to do. So she no more wanted safe options. She wanted to try something new. And what she wanted to try, she wanted to write fiction. That was when she started writing, okay, fiction. And then in that audio, the name that she started her book called The Secret Life of Peace. That's why most of the students do not know this as fiction, non-fiction. They know, ma'am, B's wali summary. They don't realize B is the name of the book. Actually, the audio is about that writer. Okay, so that's why we have used the words the secret. She very clearly says it, The Secret Life of Peace. So the talk delineates how a non-fiction novelist switched to writing fiction. So she was a non-fiction novelist before, and then she started writing fiction. How? कैसे किया उसने? By taking inspiration. How she did it? By taking inspiration. It is by taking inspiration from a famous fiction writer from. So who did she take inspiration from? A famous fiction writer. Mississippi के spellings देख लो, अगर गलत किए तो double S, double S, double P. Okay, a famous fiction writer from Mississippi. That. So who took inspiration? This particular writer. So we say the writer because we have already mentioned her a writer previously. So now we are calling her the writer. It is by taking inspiration from a famous fiction writer from Mississippi that the writer, what did she do first? She completed the first chapter of her book and ultimately wrote the whole novel. Whole novel. Easy. Not only completed the first chapter of her book named book name, as per academic writing, book name is to be written in quotes. जो assignments बनाते हैं उनको पता होगा, book names are to be written in quotes. Not only completed the first chapter of her book named The Secret Life of Bees, second, but also fulfilled her long cherished dream of writing. She said, she'll say it when you listen to the audio. She said, I always wanted to write fiction. So she wrote the chapter after taking inspiration and also fulfilled her life ambition, goal. अपना dream भी पूरा किया उसने. Okay? But also fulfilled her long cherished dream. What was a dream? Of writing fiction. Hence the role of passion, that was her passion, and motivation. Passion was she wanted it, motivation was she got inspiration from the other writer. Hence the role of passion and motivation in helping the writer, this particular writer, pursue her life goals was instrumental. Make sure where there is hyphen, you write hyphen, okay? Those are hyphenated words. Make sure you also write them as hyphen. Non-fiction is a hyphenated word. Long cherished is a hyphenated word. Life goals is a hyphenated word. Easy, quite easy to follow. Right? अभी पता चल जाता. Make sure you copy it as it is. Number of words are 67. So when you write, make sure it's 67. The previous one, it is 66 now, yeah? Has everyone signed? Everyone sitting in the class, have you signed? तो जब पीछे वाले आधे घंटे में आते हैं ना, मुझे बहुत ही गंदे लगते हैं. पीछे पास करके मुझे. Any question, ask once you have copied. एक और है. जॉब है. Your wish. नवी है. If you can wait 10 minutes only. If you have to leave, leave. I'm not telling you you have to stop because of me. I'm not letting you go. Okay, I'm saying if you have to leave, leave. If you can stay back, why not? Right? That's my point. Because we can never tell anyone to stay. आपकी मर्जी, आपने रहना, आपकी पढ़ाई, आपकी पीटी, आपकी जिंदगी, मुझे क्या. अब तो वो जा भी नहीं सकती है ना. Yes. ना ना. हाँ नहीं नहीं, ये हाँ टाइटल है ना, टाइटल ऑफ ऑफ नहीं, preposition नहीं होता. Written. Say again.
In helping the writer.
Huh? Okay, everyone. No questions, right? No question, no? Good. We'll wipe it off. The talk delineates how. So this time we have written how because they are telling how she started it. She got inspiration and she started it. The talk delineates how a non-fiction hyphenated word, guys. Novelist. Oh, I told you in the morning. A novelist. Why? Because we are talking about one. A non-fiction novelist switched to writing fiction. How? It happened in the past. So it was by taking inspiration from a famous fiction writer from Mississippi. That who took the inspiration? A writer? No more a writer because I've already written a writer. This time when I'm repeating, I'm talking about the same writer. She becomes a specific writer. Why? Because I've already talked about her. So the writer one not only completed the first chapter of her book. Why completed? Because I'm writing in past. Okay. The writer not only completed the first chapter of her book named The Secret Life of Bees, but also fulfilled her long cherished dream of writing fiction. Hence, the role of passion and motivation in helping the writer. Why the writer? Because not any writer, this writer. Pursue her life goals was instrumental in it. Help somebody to do something. Help somebody in doing something. Help somebody do something. This is the desiest way to write. Desiest way means हमारा अपना. But because we are trying to write advanced, we are trying to show off that we are also good in English, so we do not use this word. We can use this way, help somebody to do something, help Ravneet to write an essay, help Ravneet in writing an essay, help Ravneet to make an assignment. Help can be any form. ये depend करेगा आपके tense के ऊपर. Help can be, but what after help? Okay, help Ravneet in making an assignment. The most advanced way, the way a native writer would write it is, see, they'll use no to, no in. They'll say help somebody, help Ravneet make an assignment. Help Ravneet make an. Helping the writer to do, in doing, now. Helping the writer do. Help में फिर से बता रही हूँ, help can be in any form. This rule is not about help. This rule is about after help. Help the students, help the students write an essay. Help the students to write an essay. Help the students in writing an essay. And the advanced way is help students write. Immediately after the subject, you write the verb. No to, no in, no preposition required. He helped me to pay my bills. He helped me. Help फिर से ed हो गया. So I'm telling you, help can be any form. He helped me in paying my bills. He helped me pay my. I know it sounds odd initially. It's a beautiful way of writing that. So whenever you're writing help, follow the third one. Help somebody do something. Help somebody do something. Help जो भी form the writer pursue. Help somebody do. Anywhere, wherever you are writing. Wherever you are writing. Under this sentence, इसी sentence के नीचे लिखो help somebody do something. So that you know that this sentence is following that structure. The last one, primary colors, the audio. Audio talks about 3 colors, red, yellow and blue. बच्चे सुन लो, खत्म कर देना मैंने 2 मिनट में. Savit has a question. Because you're going to memorize it as it is. So if you remember the number of words, and when you're writing in the exam, you write fiction, non-fiction, because the word count is given there already. So you are like, okay, 65 only. But in the class, it was 67. That means I am missing something. हाँ, 50 to 70 word limit. I told in the first, maybe you missed it. When I was describing the structure, I told you 50 to 70 words, the word limit. So regarding your previous question, somebody from the class will answer it. Okay, but only when I finish this session, not before that. Huh? All will try to answer it, but don't listen to all. Only 1 or 2 will do. So this primary colors. Audio talks about 3 colors, red, yellow and orange. All of you got it in the exam. Oh, acha, I said primary colors. Okay. So yeah, red, yellow and blue. सुन लो, लिख के तो कॉपी पे चली जानी है घर. Silly. In that audio, they are telling that these 3 colors are also derived from nature. Nature provides us these colors. How? Red from insects as well as soil. Yellow from some plants. Something, maybe I'm right or wrong, but abhi pata chal jayega. And blue from indigo. Blue has only one source. Blue has only one source, which is indigo. Indigo is a plant. So these are, that's what the audio is. Audio is telling you red, blue and yellow can be sourced, can be received, can be got from the nature itself. And then he's telling you red yahan se, yellow wahan se, or blue wahan se. That's it. That's it. And so what we have said is the chalk delineates what? The sources of primary colors. And we have used an expression such as in advanced way. The chalk delineates the not any source but the natural source. We're not talking about any source, we're talking about the natural sources. The chalk delineates the natural sources of such colors. Which colors? Red, yellow, and blue. Of such colors as red, yellow, and blue. So, what are the sources? It is by studying these primary colors that who studied? Obviously, some experts. Somebody studied only then they found out now that this is yahan se wahan se milta hai. It is by studying these primary colors that experts have. So whenever we talk about scientific things, we always use present perfect tense. Have. Experts have not only established means determined, found, concluded. Have not only established what? That red color is derived from insects and soil, whereas बहुत मुश्किल था तीनों को एक ही जगह में डालना. That's why we have used whereas. Okay. Red color is derived means got, received, मिलता है. Red color is derived from insects and soil, whereas yellow. So different subject. That's why whereas yellow is sourced from plants. पहले इसको पूरा याद कर ले. Red color is derived from A and B, whereas yellow is derived from this. Comma. So that's first established means decided, concluded, but also concluded that blue color has indigo as its soul. Soul means one and only. Soul, akela. As its sole natural source. There's no other natural source for blue. Okay? That blue color has indigo as its sole natural source. Has the role of nature. Actually, we wrote Mother Nature, but now word limit is 71, so we had to remove that. Has the role of nature in bestowing. Bestowing means providing us. In a way, blessed, but easy language means providing us. In bestowing us with such vivid means bright colors is instrumental. कंटेंट तो पता नहीं समरी से मार्क्स अच्छे आ जाएंगे कंटेंट में है ही देयर वाज नथिंग मच इन दैट सो नाउ दिस इज योर homework three two summaries fossil fuels you have already done those who haven't done that before for them three indigo is a plant so we finish the session here any question ask me now and 70 words very risky okay you go जरा सा ऐसे गए और गए we know that word limit is a very crucial thing in any task where word limit is given you have to do everything to abide by that there's a huge penalty to be under and over limit okay. Any questions none very good अब पाते हैं सारे वैसे पा के देते हैं डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट
Thank you.
If you are guys going to talk, then we can finish the class right now.
Facebook post.
Open the Facebook page. And it's what is the simple thing? Or I can translate in the other side. तीन मेरे को आती है वो आपको भी आती है कभी जो आपको नहीं आती है उसमें मर्जी बोलो आपको
Come to the Facebook page, everyone. Post number 1. Alhamdulillah, 4179s in 15 days from 1st to 15 December 2017. Inshallah, we are on our way to 8079s by 31st December. 60 to 79s in 30 days from 1st to 30th November. 4179s in 31 days from 1st to 31st October. If you still want to turn a blind eye to these scores and let your ego stop you from tasting success, you have every right to do so. But mark my words, like it or not, as there's now a level playing field, we'll break records after records, inshallah. And then we are having a couple of successes. Number 1 is 2640 Manpreet, who has scored 82 in listening or writing. 82 in listening, 87 in reading, 86 in speaking, and 90 in their writing in her PT academic test held on 16 December. Then there are 65s from last week, 50s from last week. Then we are having Mirza, success number 2617, who has scored 82, 85, 83, and 90 in his PT academic test held on 15 December. Success number 2616, Rabab, who has scored 79, 81, 88, and 85. Another one is 2615, Raman, who has scored 83, 80, 90, and 83 in her PT academic test held on 29th November. Srijna, success number 2614, who has scored 80, 84, 90, and 84 in her PT academic test held on 14 December. Then there is a post about the weekdays and the weekends. You can obviously attend classes on weekends if you're not able to make it on weekdays. They cover everything up which we have done during the whole week. That's it. Barish of eights waiting for you. Today we will be doing both-sided essay. The word limit is 200 to 300 words, out of which we would be writing only 210, somewhere around 210. Obviously, if your sentence is not complete, you can write 215 or 220, but not more than 220. That is the ideal limit. Why we always advise you to write only 210 words? Less number of mistakes, and moreover there is like you won't be getting extra marks for writing 300 words. That will definitely cost you some marks because you can obviously write some one or the other thing wrong in your grammar. All right, you would be getting 20 minutes. If there would be two tasks, you will be getting 40 minutes, 20 minutes for each question. You cannot save 20 I mean some time out of the 20 minutes and move on to your next question, right? So 20 minutes each question. Shall we start? Starting with the introduction, our very own line. One of the most conspicuous trend or trends today or today's. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is why trends here again. I know most of you know it, but still, why trends here? Because out of the many trends, we will be talking about one trend over here. Out of my, like, one of my favorite students is a doctor. One of my favorite friends, or one of my favorite friends, is a nurse. Out of those many, like I have 10 friends, out of those one is a doctor. Out of those 20, one is a nurse. Got my point? So we will be writing trends always, not trend. Of today's world is now. We have got three ways of completing or introducing the sentence. The first one is to plus first form of the verb, like do. To plus first form of the verb. Second is always verb plus ing. And then we can always use noun phrase as well, the closal upsurge, which we will talk in a while. The first one is to plus first form of the verb. First form of the verb will be sleep, play, dance, control, thing, right? Whatever is having the first form. Do, sleep, play, sing, dance. These are all. Now, let's take an example. Indulging in dangerous sports activities. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to indulge in dangerous sports activities. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is indulging in dangerous sports activities. We will leave it for now. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is, let's take a topic, getting married at an early age. Is to get married at an early age. Get के साथ always married. Get married at an early age. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is getting married at an early age. Make sense? In case, in exam, under exam pressure, you're not able to make anything. I mean, you got a very tricky question. You're not able to write any introduction. It's always a safe way to write to see people doing something. To see someone doing something. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to see people indulging in dangerous sports and activities. In case you have no idea, you can always write to see someone doing something. Got my point? In case you have no idea, like you're blank, what to write. Okay? And then coming on to the noun phrase, a very common one which we use, a colossal upsurge means a huge increase. What does colossal upsurge means? Huge increase either in something, like one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal increase in pollution. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in, take any topic, in terrorism, right? The other way could be, one is directly in something like pollution, terrorism, xenophobia. The other way to write the noun phrase could be, one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of people, always in the number of people doing something, in the number of people getting married at an early age. So this is a variation to write the noun phrase. If you're shorter words, you have got a very difficult essay, you can always like use these phrases to complete the word limit. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge, always a colossal. A colossal upsurge, that means a huge increase in the number of people taking PTE. Does that make sense? Any doubts? In the first line, any doubts? One of the most conspicuous means one of the most important, one of the most significant trends of today's world. Now, can you please tell me your name? Sudeepa. Sudeepa, can you please make one sentence using to plus first form of the verb? on any topic of your choice. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to see people getting married at an early age. Very good. Your name, please? I forget. Kulvinder. Kulvinder ji, would you please mind making sentence number 2 using verb plus ing? Any sentence. No. Did I say 2 plus verb plus ing? No. Verb plus ing. No 2. Is getting married at an early age. Your name, please. Would you mind making the first one? 2 plus verbs first form. Asif. To see students taking or sitting in PTE exam. Your name, please. Umang. Umang, sentence number 2, verb plus ing. Conspicuous. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is, did I set subject here? Anywhere around here, did I say to mention subject in between is and verbs ing? Now, correct your sentence. Try to correct it on your own. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is verb plus ing. Getting interested in sports. As simple as that. Got it? So do not add your extraordinary creativity with these structures. They are fakes. Try to write them as they are. Shall we move on to the second sentence? Is then we would be introducing the topic, the given topic, right? Sentence number 2, because it is both sided. As such, anyone? Mm-hmm. As such, there are both merits and demerits to this trend, although I am of the opinion that the former outdo the latter, not later, latter. Or you can write vice versa as it is as well, but we always advise you to stick to one particular structure. That means always write it this way, like former outdo the later. So this means there will always be merits and then the demerits. Don't get yourself confused during the exam, like, doing it the other way around. So either ways you have to write merits and demerits. Like if you would be writing demerits in paragraph 2, obviously you have to write some merits. So why not to write always in the same pattern? As such, there are both merits and demerits to this trend. What this line simply means, it is having both advantages and disadvantages. What trend? Like getting married at an early age. It's having both pros and cons. Although I am of the opinion, that means you're giving your own stance. Like, what is your proposition? Although I am of the opinion that the former outdo the latter. Now, can anyone tell me what does this former here means? And what does this latter here means? Very good. So former is always point A and latter is always point B, regardless of how you mention them, right? A would always be the merits and B would be the demerits. The sequence of how you represent something. Let's take an example. I have a Vaseline and a duster, but I like Vaseline more. So which is the former one? I have a duster and a Vaseline, but I like Vaseline more, which is the latter one. Regardless of how you mention things, the first one will always be your former, the second one will always be your latter, right? Now, in order to avoid any confusions during your exam, under the exam pressure, we always recommend you just memorizing this way only, writing always the merits first and the demerits later, right? Any doubts in this one? Any problem with the structure? Sure. So you always be mentioning merits and demerits, and then you will be saying, I'm of the opinion that the former outdo the later. Obviously, if you're mentioning merits and demerits, if you're saying merits are more, that means you are with merits. Former outdo the later. Moving on. Paragraph number 2. Anyone can tell me how it starts? Both sided essay. We said that this is a trend and as such it's having both pros and cons. Although I feel like it has more benefits than it has disadvantages, how would you be starting your paragraph number 2? It's always the same in all three essays. As simple as that. You are saying that this is a trend, it's having both pros and cons, but I feel like it has more benefits or more pros than cons. And then what you would be saying, there are a number of arguments to support me, what I said, what I mentioned, right? It is always the same. There are a number of arguments in favor of my stance. That means there are a number of arguments in which I can state why I am correct. My opinion, my statement, I can just make you ensure like why I am correct. There are a number of reasons, number of arguments in showing that my statement is correct. Clear? Then out of these arguments now which I have mentioned, which I'm going to mention, sorry, the most preponderant means the most significant, important one is that. Now, what you would be writing here? Your merit number 1 or demerit number 1? Because I advise you to stick to one only or advantage 1. So you will always be mentioning merits first, right? The most preponderant one is that. Now, we were talking about early child marriage. Or let's say, take an easy one. I hope you can all answer this one. Dangerous sports activities. What could be the possible advantage of indulging yourself in dangerous sports activities? Obviously, you can regenerate your mind and soul. You can, if you have phobia of heights or something, you can overcome that. but still, dangerous, adventurous, adventurous. You get more confident. Yeah, you get the zeal and vigor to face the tragedies which your life might entail by indulging in those activities or whatever points. Content will come at the third position. First of all, you should be clear with your grammar. Your grammar should be correct and your sentence structure formation should be correct. So anyone can give me any example of the point for adventurous activities? Your name, please. Ishika. The most preponderant one is that. How would you introduce your merit one? Yes. Of extreme sports or adventurous sports, how would you introduce your merit or your advantage number one? Mhm. It will help to gain confidence. All right. Anyone else would like to try? People can shed stress and yes, gain that extra motivation and improve their zeal and vigor. So you get the idea. All right. There are a number of arguments to support why I am correct, like why I'm saying there are more merits. The most preponderant one is that now here you would be mentioning your merit one, right? Let's take an example of early child marriage. I know you would be saying it has more disadvantages, but still, there would be some advantages. Obviously, you have to write them in paragraph number 3 if you won't be writing here. So come over here. What merit you can write? Your name, please. Parminder. Parminder, what advantage do you think is of early child marriage? कोई फायदा है ही नहीं स्यापा you become more responsible because you face those responsibilities at an early age. Obviously, you can have more intimacy with your partner. And yes, your name, Abhilash. What do you think is the merit? Anyone merit? Just try. What you will do in the exam? More support, you get more intimacy. Like if you are partners at an early age, you can write anything. It doesn't matter like how fancy you're writing, you should write something correct. But if you would be spending obviously this much time during your exam just thinking about an idea, your 20 minutes are gone, right? All right, we will move on to the other one. I mean sentence number 3, which is your favorite, I know. Not only but also. What is not only but also? Inverse structure. It is a sentence which is an inverse structure. Yes, please. We need to write 1 or 2 merits. Now, first one we have mentioned here. Now, this one, not only but also, this beautiful sentence will be having the second merit. It is just writing, another way of writing that also. Right? Not only, always auxiliary verb first because it is inverse. So always auxiliary verb first plus your subject plus main verb 1, but also something else or rest of the story. Now, shall I write auxiliary verb and subject here as well, or just the normal one? Sure? Are you sure the first part is inverse and here I'll be writing it the same way? Normal way. But subject plus your auxiliary. What is auxiliary? Is, am, or can, could, all those models, and also do, does, did in certain cases, which don't get repeated in the latter part. So these are auxiliaries. Which is the safest one we always advise you is using can, because can be first thing used with both singular and plural. Yes, it is green. I'm very bad with this. Not only your auxiliary verb, which we always recommend is can do, like, but you must have seen in the essays written by sir, there is do, does as well. In case you learn them as it is, you won't be repeating them here, because do, does, and did, they don't get ever repeated in your normal part, right? In case you would be learning those essays as it is. Not only can she play, but she can also dance. Not only can PTE help students get their residency, but also helps in gaining a secure future. Is it right? Is it right? Where is the subject? Because you people write it this way, आपको सब कुछ बड़ा सुंदर सुंदर लगता है ना, whatever we say, whatever someone says, okay, not only से start हो गया, end हो गया, is okay. It should have subject and then the auxiliary can, or maybe you can skip it, depends, and the rest of the story. I will just write a sentence here and just convert it to not only but also. Two minutes. Write it. Because I trust your not only but also structure so much. I want it in written. Cab drivers drive recklessly and put the life of passengers at risk. Use the auxiliary can. 2 minutes, everyone. written. Yeah. Yes, please. Shall I give you the mic? No, no. We want to hear your Surili voice. Everyone will pay attention. I won't be rectifying her. It is you who will be rectifying her. Am I clear? Yes, please.
Not only can cab drivers drive r-
Recklessly.
recklessly, but they can also put the life of passengers in risk.
Is it correct? That is rest of the story. Is the structure right? Sure? Very good. No? No, 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 no. We can use can always. I said we can't use do, does, and did. You almost killed her. Passing on the mic. Would you like to try? Yeah. Same. अब सबका same होगा, I'm sure. Still repeat it. Pass it to him. Is it correct? Correct. Okay. Let's do another one. Two minutes. No help. Sunscreen protects our skin from harmful UV rays, ultraviolet rays. I have written it in a short form, and prevent us or protect us again from getting tanned. Can I get the mic, please? Volunteer. Yes, please.
Not only can sunscreen protect our skin from harmful UV rays, but it can also prevent us from
Getting tanned. What's your name, dear? Raman. I'm very bad at remembering. Sorry, I would be asking you throughout your life. Your sentence.
Not only can sunscreen protect our skin from harmful UV rays, but can also prevent us from getting tan.
Prevent. Correct. Because sunscreen is a singular noun, you won't be writing protects in the first go as well. Everyone clear with not only but also structure? Do you still have any doubts in this one? If you have, you can ask as many times. Yes, please. It is sunscreen, right? Singular. That's why. Could be sunscreens, obviously, then you can. Protects, it is sunscreen. That's why S always comes with the singular noun. Right? What's your name? Sai. Make any sentence with not only but also. I know you can do it. but it can also rest of the story. Not only it can do something, but it can also do something else. Any doubts? कुछ समझ ही नहीं आया? All done. Moving on further, needless to say, is it needless to say, right? Sure. All these merits or demerits? Why? Because we were talking about merits, so we would be writing merits. Needless to say, all these merits have a far-reaching impact, right? Thank God. All these merits stand somebody in as far as is concerned. What does this phrase means needless to say? What do you understand by needless to say? Who said it's fact? Very good. Why we say needless to say? Without any doubt, it's a fact. कहने की तो बात ही नहीं है. मतलब समझ जाओ. Needless to say, this is not something I should mention. It is obvious. Obvious in this universe. Needless to say, all these merits stand somebody. Now, the person who is reaping the benefits, who is getting all those merits. Needless to say, all these merits stand young couple in good stead. Needless to say, all these merits stand PTE test takers in good stead. Are you getting my point? Whosoever is getting that benefit. Now, you will always have a comma before as far as, means jahan tak. As far as something. Now, what something is here? The area of impact. The obviously you are getting a benefit from something, but what is the area of benefit? What exactly it is going to improve in your overall life? Needless to say, all these merits stand young couple in good stead as far as gaining intimacy in their early life is concerned. Needless to say, all these merits stand thirsty people in good stead as far as quenching their thirst is concerned. Needless to say, all these merits stand people in good stead as far as protecting their skin from such infections like skin cancer, whatever ABC is concerned. Are you getting my point? The person who is getting that benefit and the area of the impact that particular thing is having on you. Needless to say, all these merits stand students in good stead as far as augmenting their knowledge is concerned. If they are coming to the class, they are attending the class regularly, what they are getting? Who is getting first? Students are getting something, obviously. If you are coming to the class, sitting here every day, you are gaining something. So who is somebody here? Students. You. Coming to the class regularly, you are gaining something. Students, as far as completed. Needless to say, all these merits stand students in good stead as far as coming to the class. Gaining knowledge is concerned, as far as excelling in your academic field is concerned, as far as augmenting your knowledge is concerned. Clear? जैसे क्लास शुरू होती है ना वैसी शक्लें एंड में भी होती है. अब ये नहीं मैं पूछ रही हूँ क्लियर. मैं पूछ रही हूँ कोई प्रॉब्लम है? You have to crack your PTE, you know. कोई मर थोड़ी जाना वहां पे जंग में जाके एक बार नहीं होगा दूसरे में. You are like strange. मतलब मुझे खुद की काबिलियत पे शक हो जाता है कि like if I am teaching it in such a strange way or you are actually not getting it. Is it clear, everyone? Now, 4 of you would be giving me the last sentence, needless to say. And I will choose those 4. No volunteers. Your name, please. Sandeep ji. Last sentence. Needless to say,
All these merits, somebody,
who is somebody? मैं आपको एक हिंट देती हूँ. Indulging in dangerous sports. Youngsters indulging in dangerous sports. Uchi.
needless to say, all these
Merits.
merits, indulge,
Qatal. Dead. Indulging in dangerous sports.
Needless to say, all these pilots and youngster in
Youngsters. First thing, youngsters. Standing whom? Youngsters. In good stead as far as
involving
boosting their confidence, regenerating their mind and soul. Now, it cannot be the same thing, you know. You can't pick something from your paragraph number 2 and write it again. It should be overall impact. You are getting, you have scored 8 in each in PTE. The overall impact is you have secured your future. The overall impact is you have secured your future. You have got your residency. Now you are free to do anything here. Kill someone and said that I was mentally retarded. No drama. You please. Sentence number 3. Needless to say, anything. Use your own creativity. Quick, quick, quick. Drinking milk. Drinking milk. Make a sentence now. Drinking milk. Menu ta calcium hai. Protein? Has okay. Protein from milk. Your name, please. Sumant. T at the end. TH. Sumant. Your, example idea is getting your desired scores. Needless to say,
all these merits and so in good shape as far as academic.
फिर कत्ल. Scores. Either test takers or students. How scores can be in good stead? What I said, that somebody is either students, people, youngsters, that has to be a subject. Students students in good stead as far as Katha number 2. As well as gaining knowledge is concerned, as well as broadening their horizon, securing their future, augmenting their knowledge. If you're real and that's a student, you should have these words on your tips, the vocabulary. You please. Come on. A bit louder. Needless to say. Come on, try. You can do as many qatals as you want to do with your English language, but at least try. You know, if you won't try, you won't be able to know about your mistakes. Needless to say, drinking water.
Needless all these married and drinking water. Sorry.
People who are
People
drinking water,
yeah, people uh, in good stand,
good stead
good state
as far
as
as
far as hydrate,
hydrating them is concerned. Very good. Hydrating, as far as hydrating them is concerned. You. Learning a second language.
Needless to say, all these
A bit louder.
needless to say, all these merit stand students in good stead as far as
Making them multilingual is concerned.
getting jobs.
Getting jobs. Oh, okay. She has gone to nutty level now. Getting getting job is concerned. Very good, but it was a good try. I'm not checking your content here or how fancy you can obviously talk. I'm just checking if you can write it grammatically correct. Done? Sure. Anyone else who wants to try the last one? Because you always get confused with what to write in somebody and what is the area of impact. Now, I am talking about getting an early marriage. I mean, getting married at an early age. Can I write needless to say it stand people in good stead as far as improving the productivity is concerned? It is full qatal. This you do. When you're writing, you just lost somewhere. This is what this is what we see in the essays. I mean, talking about something and writing, or and the conclusion is dangerous too. I can't tell you the conclusion, you know. So you need to make sure that you are writing it concise and related to the previous arguments, whatever you have given. Would you like to try the last one? I haven't seen you talking. I know you can do it. Needless to say, anything. Drinking water, very easy one. Mhm. Good stead. Getting good health or preserving their health is concerned. So I hope now everyone is clear with your paragraph number 2, right? Now, paragraph number 3, you would be taking over.
Okay. So we have done with introduction and paragraph number 1. Okay. Agree, disagree. Now we will start both sided. Okay. All right. And you have been discussing merits, benefits in paragraph number 2. What we need to write in paragraph number 3 for both sided? Introduction, then paragraph number 2, 3, and the conclusion. That's the structure that we use for each type of essays. Yeah. Introduction, paragraph number 2, 3, and conclusion. And for both sided, as we know from the name, that we need to discuss both the sides, positives and negatives, advantages and disadvantages. So if you have been discussing positive points in body para 2, so what should we write in body para 3? Means paragraph number 3.
demerits or the negative points. Okay. All right. So we start this paragraph by a fixed line as well. However, there are some pitfalls. What do you mean by pitfalls? Drawbacks, negative points, disadvantages. However, there are some pitfalls, there are some disadvantages that can easily overwhelm. Overwhelm means overcome, dominate, yeah, outdo. However, there are some pitfalls that can easily overwhelm the potential benefits of the topic. Here you will be writing your topic. Yeah. What do you mean by potential? Potential benefits means? Who can tell me? Strong benefits. Potential. Capacity. Nah. Potential benefits means possible benefits. Okay. Okay, now tell me, what is potential here? Noun, adjective, what? First, tell me, potential is an adjective or noun? Adjective. If I say her potential to do something is it an adjective or noun? Raise your hands. Who can tell me? No one? Noun. Here I have written potential benefits. Benefits are noun. Potential. Adjective. Keep switching. Both ways. Okay. Potential can be an adjective or noun depending on the sentences. Her potential benefits, potential drawbacks, possible. Okay. So that can easily overwhelm the potential benefits of topic, whatever your topic can. Okay. For example, extreme sports, skydiving or bungee jumping or something like that. So we were discussing the positive points in body para 1. Sorry, in paragraph number 2. I always say body para 1 or 2. Paragraph number 2 maybe, right? So now we want to say here that however there are some pitfalls, drawbacks associated with it that can be easily overwhelmed, dominate or outdo the potential benefits, the positive benefits of extreme sports. Yeah, dangerous sports. Anything clear? If we were discussing maybe on the topic of learning a second language by children, we have been discussing the positive points in paragraph number 2. Now we want to say that along with the positive sides, this topic has some negative aspects as well. For example, the other skills, social skills or something can be impeded. Students' social skills might be impeded. So we want to say, however, there are some pitfalls that can easily overwhelm the potential benefits of learning a second language by children or learning second language at an early age. Clear? So this sentence will be fixed, except you just need to put your topic here. Then the next sentence, the primary one stems from the fact, or you can write the primary one lies in the fact. Lies in the fact that, right? So here you will write your first drawback or your first disadvantage. Drawback. Okay. All right. Write one sentence. Make these two sentences on the topic of extreme sports. Okay. Write it down. You will be using only one. The primary one stems from the fact, or the primary one lies in the fact. Please don't write both of them. Okay. Guys, there is a question from a student that if we will be writing the negative points in paragraph number 2. So can you write the same sentence for this paragraph then in that case? Yeah? Okay, because in that case you have to change it. So it's better if more things will be fixed for you. Okay, so you will be writing positive points all the time in paragraph number 2 and negative in paragraph number 3, because you have to make changes in these ones if you will be writing the other way around. Mm. It can put the life of people in danger. Okay. What have you written?
Primary one stems from the fact that the dangerous sports can lead to the physical injury.
Danger sports can
Lead to the
lead to serious injuries. Okay. Anyone else who wants to try? No one? You want to try? What have you written?
that dangerous sports can be disabled for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. And yes. If what?
Comes from the fact that extreme sports can make someone disabled for the rest of the life if involved in an accident.
Yes, but then you will put a comma here. Yeah. All right. Is that clear? So you will be writing the first negative point or first drawback. Then you will be using besides, comma, another negative point. Okay. Besides means, what do you mean by beside? Second one. In addition to that, yes, exactly. Second one. Okay. Another drawback. First drawback you will mention here, then besides. Another point. So what you can write here? First point you can write that dangerous sports, or it can put a person's life in unnecessary danger. Okay, unnecessary danger just for recreational purposes, just for entertainment. Yeah. Besides, what can you write? Yes, you can write it. Besides, it contributes or it takes a lot of time and money of a person's life. Yeah. Or you can write, besides, the ordinary entertaining games can be a better source of entertainment for anyone without putting any person's or anyone's life in at risk or risk. Yeah. Anything you can write here. Third sentence. What we need to write in the last sentence of this paragraph? Hmm? Hence, it is parent. Why? What do you mean by a parent? Clear, obvious, yeah. Why many people are? Can we write why many people are? Hmm? Many are. Okay. Never write many people are. People, students make mistake in, here as well. Many are. It is apparent why many are. So what we will be writing? In favor of or against? Why against? Demerits, negatives. After this, you can straight away put your topic here, or you can extend it by writing, hence it is apparent why many are against the notion of. Notion means, what do you mean by notion? Idea. Okay, against the notion of topic. Then you can put your topic here. Hence, it is apparent why many are against the notion of extreme sports, or against the notion of the indulgence of people in extreme sports. Or straight away you can put your topic here, against, after against. Hence, it is apparent why many are against the idea of, you can write idea as well, or against extreme sports. Clear? Any doubts in this paragraph? No doubts? Okay, make the last sentence on the topic of learning a second language at an early age. How will you write the last sentence in that topic? At an early age. Yes. After beside, you can use maybe the simple one, not only but also here, but not the inverse one, because it's better to write in variety. That structure we have used in paragraph number 2, so use another one. Okay, you can use another structures. Okay, have you copied it? We will discuss one or two maybe. In this one, the primary one stems from the fact or besides, or any other sentences where you need to put your ideas. You can use some other advanced structures, okay, to boost your marks in your writing. We will discuss some structures. Okay, for example, you can use the structure from your listening summary. Okay, for your listening summary, the structure will be by doing something, comma. In this case, you will not write that. Okay, by doing something, somebody can do something else. You can use maybe this structure for our topic. You can write by indulging. By indulging in extreme sports, people can suffer from a range of diseases, maybe heart attacks or such type of diseases. Yeah. Or by learning a second Language at an early age, negative points we need to write, right? Children can impede their other skills such as social or anything you can write. The idea is to use the structure correct. Okay. By traveling to to other countries, one can broaden their horizons or one can enhance their knowledge about the outside world. Yes, after that. For example, the primary one stems from the fact that by doing this one, comma, somebody can do something else. Or you can use in order to do something. Somebody can do something else. In order to augment knowledge, in this structure, effect will come first, drawback or benefit will come first, and the cause will come later. In order to augment one's knowledge, one can travel around the world. Yeah. What else? Make one sentence in this structure on any topic. Okay, make one sentence on the topic of compulsory voting, maybe. In order to choose right candidate, people need to. This is the fact, choosing right leader. And what is the cause? What is cause? Yes.
In order to do compulsory voting, citizens can
In
use
order,
online voting.
in order to do compulsory voting is your effect. हाँ जी, ये क्या था? No one can make a sentence on any topic. Make it. Maybe on humans behavior. Laws can change human behavior. What can you write here in this structure? Try it, guys. In order to shape human behavior, okay, in order to shape human behavior, or in order to bring a positive change in human nature, now government can use stringent, or government should enforce stringent rules and regulations. So the effect is to bring a positive change in human nature. And what is the cause? Government should introduce stringent rules and regulations. Effect will come first. In order to do something, ये करने के लिए. This is the cause, the reason. Okay. In order to boost marks or scores in any module of the PTE, cause students can use structures. Yeah. Clear? All right. Then you can use maybe another structure. Thanks to something, somebody can do something else. These small things can boost your marks. Okay. Thanks to something. Thanks to something means we are thanking someone. What does it mean? Because of, due to. Okay. Due to. Thanks to Thanks to stringent rules and regulations in place due to, right? Due to the indulgence of people in criminal activities has declined, has greatly declined. Clear? You can use this structure in negative and in positive, both ways you can use it. Thanks to just means due to. Okay? Thanks to the habit of smoking, one can deteriorate their health. Thanks to means due to. Due to smoking, one can deteriorate their health. Thanks to learning a second language at an early age, children can communicate with the ever-changing world in an effective manner or effectively. Due to. Clear? All right. There is another word, guys. Wherever you can write this word provide, you can change this word with a better word, or for the variation in your vocabulary, render. Render is a better word for provide. Okay, so try to use this word in place of provide. Okay, by providing, by rendering. All right, what else? By doing something, in order to do something, thanks to something. Which structure we can use? With something. Okay, with something, somebody can do something else. With the state of the art technology. With the state of the art technology. And state of the art, how many words? 4 words? Only one word, okay? Hyphens in between. State of the art. What does it mean? Ultra modern, advanced, okay? State of the art, something, okay? It's an adjective. State of the art technology, state of the art aircraft, state of the art anything. Telescope. Okay. Clear? So with something, somebody can do something else. This will be the something right topic. With state of the art technology, with computers, with internet. With internet, people can keep contact or keep abreast with the outside world. Keep abreast means keep informed, updated. Clear? So these type of structures you can use. Okay, don't repeat that one, not only but also. The variety of structures will give you more marks in your writing. Clear? These small things can increase your marks in your writing. And one more thing, you can use be it A or B. Be it A or B. Okay. The problem of pollution, is increasing all over the world, or all the countries of the world are facing the problem of pollution, be it rich or poor. Means be it rich or poor, A or B. Be it, and we have some good words for rich or poor: affluent or impoverished or underprivileged. Okay, clear? Structures can help one to increase their marks in all the modules, be it speaking or writing. चाहे speaking हो चाहे writing हो, structures help कर सकते हैं students को to boost their marks. Clear? All right. So drug addiction can deteriorate or can ruin one's life in many aspects, be it professional or personal. Yeah, be it A or B. So these things, try to these things in your writing. Clear? Okay. Any doubts in any of the structures? No doubts? सब आ गया. Okay. All right, so we have done with 3 paragraphs of both sided essay. Now the conclusion. Okay. How do we start our conclusion? Hmm? Yeah. In the view of the, very good. In view of the, in view of the argument, or you can write discussion here. Discussion is a better word to write for this essay, because in this one we are discussing both points, positives and negatives. So discussion is a better word than arguments. You can write arguments, that won't be incorrect, but it's better if you will be writing discussion. In view of the discussion outlined above, outlined above means mentioned above. In view of the discussion outlined above, one can conclude that despite some drawbacks, why we are writing some drawbacks? Because in third paragraph we have discussed negative points, but we think that they are less in number. The positive points are more for any topic. So in view of the discussion outlined above, one can conclude that despite some drawbacks, the benefits of topic, here you will write your topic, the benefits of topic are indeed too great to ignore. TO, this one too, too great to ignore. Okay, so what does it mean? It means that although the topic has some negative points, its positive points are more. In view of the discussion outlined above, in view of the discussion mentioned above, one can conclude that we can assume that despite some drawbacks, despite having some negative points, the benefits of topic, the benefits of, for example, extreme sports, the benefits of learning a second language at an early age, the benefits of traveling in order to augment knowledge or acquire knowledge are indeed too great, are too good to ignore. We can't, we cannot overlook them. Yeah, clear? All right. So now let's suppose your topic is space exploration. Okay, space exploration. Some people argue that government should not spend astronomical money on space exploration. Okay, it should be, spent on some other areas like education, transport. So what do you think about, sorry, discuss both the sides, discuss both positive and negative points. You are done with all the essay, you need to write your conclusion. What you will be writing, just write it down. Hmm. Grade 2, grade 2. Yeah. Anyone else? Outlined, not outlined. Okay, outlined. Fight some drawbacks, the benefits of exposure, and day 2, grade 2. Ignore. All good. You're writing? Okay. Yeah, you can write. Okay, let's start with the next question. I'm so right. All right. So listening summary. In which module you get this question? Hmm? Which module? पक्का? किसी और में तो नहीं आया? Speaking में तो नहीं आया? Writing में? Okay, listening summary. And you get this question from this name only. Yes? Listening summary. No? Really? What is the real name in the exam? Summarize spoken text. Okay? So keep that in your mind. The name is summarize spoken text. Don't complain us after giving your exam. We never get this question in the exam. Listening summaries. Some students have asked this. We were just looking for this question. Listening summary and reading summary. Summarize written text, reading summary, summarize spoken text. From that time, we always write the both versions. Listening summary, summarize spoken text. Reading summary, summarize written text. Okay. How many summaries you can have in your exam? 5 or 6? 2 to 3 only? Okay. Yes, 2 to 3 listening summaries you can have in your exam. And what will be the time limit? 10 minutes, including the audio. For example, if you are having an audio of about 1 to 2 minutes, you will only have 8 minutes. Okay, in that time you have to just finish it off. All right, and that time will be independent. If you will just finish it before 1 minute, 2 minutes, don't skip the question. That time won't be added to the other questions. That's independent time. Word limit. You have to give your response between 50 to 70. Okay, word limit is very important. It will cost you marks if you will be writing under limit or over limit. Okay, you have to give your response between 50 to 70 words. What else? We follow a structure here in which we have how many sentences? 3 sentences. Okay, the first sentence will be the main idea. The first sentence will be the main idea, then topic sentence, then the second sentence will be your body conclusion. Body लिखनी नहीं, direct conclusion. हाँ? Second sentence. Second पहले लिखोगे, first के बाद third. Okay, first will be your topic sentence. Second sentence will be the body of the summary, and the last sentence will be your conclusion. Okay, and we have a fixed structure. First sentence we start as the talk delineates. Delineates, not delineate. Talk, singular, so delineates. And if you will make mistakes in this word, this it's a very beautiful word, delineates, explains, and don't write about after it. The talk delineates about, that won't be right. Okay, the talk delineates means it describes about. The talk delineates something. Something means your topic, and you can introduce your topic in many ways. If there's a process, you can use how for a process. The talk delineates how one can achieve their desired scores, maybe by practicing a lot, or maybe by attending classes regularly, or something like that. Process. Or okay, for process you will be writing the word how. Give me one example of process. Cup of tea always. We don't need cup of tea. Make something else. Sandwich. How one can make a sandwich? Okay. भूख लग गया सबको, lunch time हो गया. Anything guys, okay, means the later on there will be steps or something. For example, applying for PR. The talk delineates how one can successfully apply for PR. How? The steps process. It is by achieving maybe 18 age, then having a degree from the university or assessment. Okay, so these type of steps we will be discussing. Is that clear? Okay, if in the audio they will be discussing or they will be mentioning the reasons of anything, reasons, if there will be reasons, then we will start it by why for reason. Okay, for reason, for example, the same topic, cup of tea. The talk delineates why one should take a cup of tea every day or in morning, maybe to make sure that they are awake in class, not sleeping, or to keep themselves active in class. Okay, the talk delineates why one should join a gym. क्यों जिम ज्वाइन करना चाहिए? Reasons. Why? Physical fitness, maintain their health. Okay, these type of things, right? The talk delineates why one should apply for PR in Australia. Previously we were saying how by having some checklists to have some things to apply for PR. Then we are saying why we should apply for PR. Then we will mention the reasons, that may be for better lifestyle. Yeah, these type of, we will state the reasons afterwards. If we will be starting our summary by why. Okay, with why. The third way is whether. Whether is for debate or options. If in the audio there is a debate or discussion, options given to you, that we should do first thing, one thing or not, these type of things, then you will write a little bit different sentence. You will write the talk is about whether. Okay, all right, the debate can't be discussed or explained. So for that reason you will write your starting sentence as the talk is about whether. Okay, for example, in the audio there was a debate that whether we should go for PTE or not, but our subject was only one. We were just talking about PTE, that whether we should sit in PTE exam or not. Yeah, someone was thinking, he was not sure maybe. So how we can start our topic? We can say the talk is about whether one should go for PTE or whether one should sit in PTE. Okay, whether or not, that part is not compulsory if you are talking about only one subject. For example, PTE. The talk is about whether one should go for PTE. That's it. If you are not writing or not part, if you will write or not, that won't be, that won't be incorrect, but it will be more advanced if you will just write whether one should go for PTE. Okay. Second thing, if you are talking about two different subjects, for example, in debate, you are not sure that whether you should go for PTE or IELTS. For example, 5-6 times they diya PTE. Now you are not sure whether we should still try for PTE. I think I should go for IELTS now, right? So you were not sure in the audio. Someone was not sure. Okay. Then in that case, PTE or IELTS, you have to mention both the sides. Okay. The talk is about whether one should sit for PTE or IELTS. We can't skip the other side because we are discussing between two different things. Okay. One last example of whether, because that's a trickier one. The talk is about whether one should join a gym. Okay. It was about whether I should join a gym or not. Okay. जो हम रोज ही सोचते हैं करें ना करें जिम ज्वाइन, वही सोच रहे थे हम अभी कि हम जिम ज्वाइन करें ना करें. तो अभी कुछ सोचा नहीं था कि कौन सा जिम, सिर्फ अभी ज्वाइनिंग की बात थी. द टॉक इज अबाउट वेदर वन शुड ज्वाइन अ जिम, दैट्स इट. बट हम नेक्स्ट स्टेप पे आ गए. अब हमने थोड़ा सर्वे भी कर लिया कौन कौन से अच्छे जिम्स हैं. या एनी टाइम फिटनेस और फिटनेस फिट फर्स्ट, फिटनेस फर्स्ट और समथिंग. या so now we were in doubt between two different gyms, that which one we should choose. So for that one we will discuss, we will mention both the names. The talk is about whether I should join Anytime Fitness or Fitness First. Is that clear? All right. Now we don't have 1 hour in the exam to decide which way we should go. So to make your life easy, we will give you, sorry, is about, okay, not delineates. Okay, because that's a debate, they are not sure, so that reason. Okay, delineates, that can't be explained. All right, so to make your life easy, if you are not sure what to write, you will be just writing the talk delineates the significance of something. Significance of something. This something is your topic. Significance means importance. Yeah. So this sentence can fit in any of the topic. The talk delineates the significance of PR in one's life. The talk delineates the significance of PTE in one's life. The talk delineates the significance of physical education in one's life. Yeah. All right. What if you will get a negative topic? Then you will write the talk delineates the significance of drug addiction. Exactly. Okay. Thank God. Significance is a positive word. Importance of something. You can't write importance of drugs or smoking. Maybe cigarettes are very important for you, can be, but you can't write it. Significance of smoking in my life. Okay. In that case, you will be using another word, impact. Impact of something. Impact means effect, consequence, but that's a negative word in negative sense. Impact of drug addiction or impact of PT. You can write impact of PT. Yes, if it will impact you in a negative way, you can write. Okay. All right. Any doubts in first sentence? Clear? All right. So that's the topic sentence. It's very important to get this sentence correct. Topic should be right. At least you should get, topic from the audio. If you can't get anything else. All right. The next sentence is the body of the summary. Body of the summary. To write the body of the summary, we use another structure, and the structure is, it is by doing something that somebody can do something else. Okay. Now, It is by doing something. Doing means you have to write your activity in verb plus ing form. Okay, whenever we write doing in our structure, it means that you have to write your activity in verb plus ing form. Do means first form of verb, doing means verb plus ing. Okay, it is by drinking water, not drink water. It is by going to gym, not go to gym. It is by coming to the classes regularly, not come to class. Okay, it is by appearing in PTE. Okay, appearing, not appear. That, now this that is very important. This that will separate your cause and effect relationship. This is your cause, doing something, and somebody can do something else. That's the effect. So if you will miss this one word only, your whole sentence will be incorrect. Clear? All right. So somebody, this noun will be, that one will be activity doer, who will be doing this verb plus ing activity. It is by explaining the structures in class effectively that teachers, who is explaining? Teachers. You can't write students. Yeah, it is by learning a second language at an early age that children, yeah, at an early age I have mentioned, so that one. If the subject is very general, you can use one or individuals. Okay, one or individuals. It is by drinking water regularly, or it is by going to gym regularly that one or individuals, one can maintain their health. Yeah, any doubts in this sentence? Second one, any doubt? No doubt? Okay, sometimes one activity can have two effects. One activity can have two effects. Give me one example. How one activity can have two effects? Increasing pollution. Hmm. Yeah, you can use, first I'm asking you, tell me one activity which has two effects. Learning a second language, okay. First effect, you can improve your communication skills. Second effect, more job opportunities. Okay, opportunities. So if you need to write two effects of anything, so after can, after here, you will use another structure, not only but also. Okay, but that's a different structure than essays. Don't use that structure, not only but also. That's inverse structure only for essays, and that structure will be incorrect if you will write here. Why it will be incorrect? Who can tell me? Exactly. That is inverse sentence that starts from not only. The starting of the sentence is from not only. So that structure is only for that inverse one. But for this one, we are already starting. We are writing in a sentence which has already started with it is by doing something that somebody can. From here, we are introducing another one. So for this one, you will write the journal one, basic one, that somebody can not only do first activity but also second activity. Auxiliary verb will be common for both of them, won't be repeated. Okay. Example of the same, learning a second language. It is by learning a second language that one can not only improve their communication skills but also get more job opportunities in future. Okay, clear? All right, can you raise it? Okay, if you want to give some examples in this sentence, examples, So there are some other structures that we use here to give examples. Okay, first structure is, yes, exactly. I was explaining, if you will have, if you want to mention two effects of something from the audio, you could get two effects maybe. So the structures you can use from A to B. Okay, for example, the same examples we use all the time so that you can recall those examples while writing your sentences. Okay, I have visited many cities. I have visited many cities. For example, I had just visited two cities. I have visited many cities from Sydney to Melbourne. If you have to mention examples of three things, then you will be using from A to B to C. I have visited many cities from Melbourne to Sydney to Perth. But if you need to give examples more than three, then you will pair it up for four things. Okay, then you will be writing from A and B. You will pair it this way, from A and B to C and D. Okay, two will come in between. Okay, so for examples, you will write from Melbourne and Sydney to Perth and Brisbane, this way. Is that clear? All right, so that's the second sentence, and the third sentence is the conclusion of our summary. What's the third sentence? How we started? Hence, the role of something in doing something else is instrumental. Okay, that's a positive sentence. This sentence you can only use for positive topics, not for negative topic. Hence the role of something, maybe role of second language, learning a second language. Hence the role of learning a second language in doing something else. Doing something else again means you have to write your activity by using verb plus ing form, and this will be the area of benefit. Okay, hence the role of technology in broadening our horizons, in augmenting our knowledge, area of benefit is instrumental indeed. Instrumental is a positive word, means is very good, in fact is great indeed. Okay, clear? But for the negative sentence, you will not write this one. For the negative one, you will write, hence the impact of something on somebody or something is far reaching. Far reaching is a negative word, one word with hyphen in between. Far reaching indeed. Hence the impact of extreme sports on a person's health or well-being is far reaching indeed, will be long lasting in fact. Hence the impact of pollution on ecology, on environment will be far reaching indeed, is far reaching indeed. Clear? All right, three special summaries. Okay, we just discuss the structure so that you can understand them well. Note it down, 1 minute please. Done? Okay, the hints are fiction, fictional, non-fiction. The words are 67. Okay, words are 67. First I will write it, then I will explain. Okay. First note down these two lines, then I will write. Cherish dream. Okay. So the topic of this summary is the talk delineates how a non-fiction novelist switched to writing fiction. Okay, she used to write non-fiction, then she started writing fiction. Okay, how process. Okay, so the talk delineates, then how. The in the second sentence, 1 minute. Okay, then sheet. Okay, so the talk delineates how a non-fiction novelist switched to writing fiction. It was by doing something. Doing here is, it is by taking inspiration from a famous fiction writer from Mississippi. Okay, it will be, it might be in the audio that she was from Mississippi or something. So yeah, it was taking inspiration from a famous fiction writer from Mississippi. That is from structure. That now who, the writer, or somebody is writer who took inspiration. The writer took inspiration to write fiction. Yeah. So from Mississippi, that the writer not only structure we have used here, not only but also this one, not only do first thing but also do the second thing, did the second thing, not only completed, because we are writing in past, we are talking about the writer from the in past. That's why not only completed, the writer not only completed the first chapter of her book named, okay, the name was maybe mentioned in the audio, The Secret Life of Bees. Yeah, The Secret Life of Bees, but also fulfilled her long cherished dream, long beloved, okay, dream of writing fiction. Any doubts in these two sentences, first two sentences? Means she wished for that from a long time. Okay, beloved. Clear? Can you raise these two sentences? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now the conclusion is, hence the role of, last sentence is, hence the role of passion, and motivation. Hence, the role of passion and motivation in helping the writer, in helping the writer pursue her life goals was instrumental, indeed. Okay. Hence the role of something, hence the role of passion and motivation in doing something else. Yeah. In doing is again from the audio, sorry, structure. In doing something else, in helping the writer in pursue her life goals, follow her life goals, was instrumental indeed, was great in fact. Here, note it down, 1 minute. Are you signing the attendance sheet? Keep passing. All of them. Everyone has copied? Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Yes. in 3 sentences only. So you will take notes, you know, first in first sentence you have to take note of your topic maybe, then cause and effect, one cause, one effect, and then the conclusion you have to. And the third sentence is a paraphrasing of the whole summary. Yeah. All right, the next summary we are doing is about colors, primary colors. Okay, primary colors. And the words for this summary words are 70. The summary has 70 words. The first sentence is the talk delineates the natural sources, the natural sources of such colors as. Okay, so in this sentence we have used another structure, such, noun, as. Okay, such, noun, as. For example, the example that we have just given, such, I have visited such cities as. Such cities, cities are noun, such cities as. Such colors as, now we will give examples of the colors: red, yellow, red, yellow, and white, blue. Okay, red, yellow, and blue. The topic is about the colors, sources of colors. The talk delineates the natural sources of such colors as red, yellow, and blue. It is by studying. It is by studying these primary colors it is by studying these primary colors that, now who has studied these primary colors? Experts. Experts have not only established, okay, have not only established that red color is derived from, red color have not, yeah, not only, what's missing, thank you, not only established that red color is derived from, insects and soil, whereas yellow is sourced from plants. But also concluded that blue color has indigo, yeah, blue color has indigo as its soul. Soul means SOLE, soul. What do you mean by soul? only, single. Sole natural source. Write these two sentences, then we will, I'll write the conclusion, okay? Indigo, INDIGO. Okay, so second sentence is, it is by studying these primary colors that experts have not only established that red color is derived from insects and soil, whereas yellow is sourced from plants, but also concluded, not only but also, here we have used another structure, not only but also concluded that blue color has indigo as its sole natural source. Single source of blue is indigo. Copied it all? Yeah, have you all copied? Conclusion is, hence the role of nature, because all these colors are coming from nature, yeah, natural sources, plants, insects, soil. Hence the role of nature in okay, so hence the role of nature in bestowing us with, bestowing means in blessing us, okay, with such vivid colors. Vivid means vibrant, real, yeah, colors. Is instrumental indeed. हमें भी सुना दो. All right, the last summary is fossil fuels. Fossil fuels and words are 66. Not open, guys. हाँ जी, डिस्कशन कर लो, डिस्कस कर लो. हो गया? Sure? Okay. It is by being available in finite quantities, limited quantities. Exhausted, yeah. Let me check it. Yeah, I missed age. Exhausted. All right, so the topic is fossil fuels. The talk delineates the significance of switching from fossil fuel to other alternative sources of energy. Okay. Now the second sentence is, it is by being available. It is by being available in finite quantities in limited sources, okay, that this that is from our structure, that this unsustainable source, okay, to avoid repetition, to using the word fossil fuel again, we are using this unsustainable source has not only already exhausted means consumed, yeah, already we have consumed it in many countries, thus, okay, that's additional information, thus making them dependent on other countries, okay, but also, this from structure again, not only but also contributed to adverse means bad, okay, contributed to adverse climate changes, okay, hence the role of something what we are talking about here in this case, hence the role of switching to alternative sources of energy or alternative sources, that's it, in doing something else, in लास्ट टाइम डिफरेंट था, ये वाला फॉलो, कोई बात नहीं, अब ये वाला यूज करोगे, वन वर्ड चेंज था, in doing something else, in helping sustain the environment is instrumental indeed. Note it down in 1 minute.